Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Silverstone for a very special virtual event. David Christie, Dan Handover here for your 2021 virtual Race of Remembrance. In 2014, on Remembrance Sunday, Mission Motorsport has come together in the Motorsport pit lane to fall silent, bow their heads and pay respect for those fallen in awesome service to their country, and that is what we plan to do here virtually today at Silverstone. You can see here picture in picture what is actually happening down at Anglesey, and we plan to do our own little thing here at Silverstone by offering the virtual Race of Remembrance. It's now going to be slightly different, so we do apologise for the delay in getting started, but we are here. And Dan, changing from a 6-hour team event to a 3-hour single driver event in an attempt to really get as many people in and make it as exciting as we possibly can.
Absolutely, yes. Good morning, everyone. I was about to say good evening, but no, it's good morning. Very true. It's a fantastic event that's been organised both obviously in the real world and in the virtual world as well, and it's nice to do our part. And I mean, Silverstone. A 6-hour race, a 3-hour race, your tactics changes, a bit of everything changes. This is a fun race, to be fair, as well. This is something that we want to make sure that we enjoy ourselves and have fun. Obviously, your tactics are going to change. You're still going to be competitive. All drivers are still going to be competitive. Why would you not be? But ultimately, we are all here to raise money to have a good time and to, as you say, remember the events of the past.
Yeah, as we said, a fun event, support armed forces who've put their life on the line so that we can sit at home and enjoy these amazing events. If you want to help out in any way that you can text the following to 70085. 5 ROR will donate £5, 10 ROR will donate £10, and 20 ROR will donate £20. But let's have a look at the track that we're going to be going round today. It's the Silverstone GP circuit. The old original pits that we're going to be using that means it's on the exit of Luffield in the pit entry and out through Copse as well. And Dan, a track steeped in history. We go through Copse Corner, then it's through Maggots and Beckett's, a corner that I'm sure you'll hear more about from my horrific experience at it, down through the Hangar Straight in towards Stowe, and then that right-hander at Stowe on the run down towards Vale, and then Club Corner, a wonderful jinking section there, through Abbey Curve, and then on the run back through Village, down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands, in through Luffield again, and a corner we're going to see a lot of action there around the right-hander through Woodcut and completing another lap. It makes it sound so simple, Dan, but this is one of the most challenging circuits there on the British calendar.
It very much is, yes, absolutely. Silverstone is a track that cannot be underestimated. You've got so many different complexities within this track. You've got a bit of an elevation change to sort of thrown into the mix as well. There's lots and lots of things that you've got to take into consideration. Yes, look at it on a track map. It looks relatively simple. As soon as you start driving it, though, it certainly turns out it's not the most tricky. It's not the trickiest track. It is an easier track than some of them, but it's still something that you've got to be committed on, and you've got to have the patience as well with some of these corners. Getting into the throttle too early at Stowe, trying to maximize your time, a lot of the time it's actually can have a negative effect on you. So drivers have to watch out for that. Again, testing has been done. This is a track that has been used a lot. So people will have an idea, but track conditions might obviously affect it will affect everything in some way, shape or form. So drivers need to make sure they adapt to that as well.
Yeah, so to bring you up to speed on what is going to be the plan for today, the whole race revolves around our Remembrance service, which we'll be relaying from the official feeds over at Anglesey. We stop action on track, qualifying currently underway just now, but the action all stops in about 5 minutes time, where we move over to the live service where we pay our respects, and we invite you to all join in on that. You can obviously get a copy of the programme of events and the service itself. We then return back onto the grid at 11:15, and Dan, this is one of the more different broadcasts that we've done because it's a fun event and because we're trying to basically get as many people involved in this as possible. Me and you are taken to the grid.
Yes, we are. We are indeed. Well, I think, as you say, leading it from a perspective, it's very much going to be a fun event for us, isn't it? Especially as we're going to be obviously predominantly focusing on the commentating as we would normally do. But yeah, we're going to have some. We're going to try and get out for some laps if we can, which is always something that we've. It's always something to be excited to do. We've not touched ACC for a while, have we? Let's be honest.
It's been a while. Well, I say that I was on it probably about 2 months ago, and I rapidly reminded myself of just how slow I am compared to some of these drivers here. But if you do want to get yourself involved, you absolutely still do have time. Check the link in the YouTube chat for how to get involved in the race and get yourself on the grid in the next half an hour. Because as we say, we'll be stopping qualifying in about 5 minutes time, going over to the live service from Anglesey, and then we will be returning at 11:15 to get the 3-hour race here at Silverstone underway. Just looking at the times going in, where do you see yourself fitting in then, Dan? I see myself as probably about 8th place right now.
8th, okay. I mean, to be fair, I'd be happy if I could get back into. If I could get into the 59s, I think would be I'd be happy with, maybe into the high 58s. I think possibly. Again, it's so difficult to say because I've spent the last 2 months away from ACC, so I'm trying to curb my expectations. I think it's probably the best way to put it. Yeah, I think for me, if I could get back into a sort of a mid to high 58 as comfortable race pace, I think I'll be happy with that. So what would that be? Possibly a maybe 5th or 6th, I reckon. I think around about there. McLaren's do well though. Look at that. McLaren's top 4.
Well, that's good for us because we've both chosen the McLaren. So I've got a feeling that I'll either be doing the side proud or I'll be outside the top 10. But as we said, I mean, it's something a bit different because obviously we want to do our part in making this as enjoyable as possible, and we've never really had the opportunity to take part in an event. There's no prizes for this. This is purely a fun event for the community, as we said, to pay their respects to our fallen colleagues and supporting the armed forces, who really put us in the position to do what Wouter Vorit's doing there for MP Endurance, just sort of power sliding out of cops.
As you do, it's not bad, is it? You can try and it's certainly not the fastest way around the circuit. Yeah. It's not the fastest way, but it certainly looks good. I mean, yeah. Mercedes, McLaren, and Aston Martin currently the only 3 cars as it stands on the circuit and in this event. I wonder if we're going to see maybe a couple of people join in. We've got an old. I'll tell you what, that's an old, currently by Regan Mitchell, who I'm pretty sure he loves this car. It's the old V12 Aston Martin. Absolutely great. So there's 4 cars then. So we've got both Aston Martin.
We've got a Lexus.
29.
Hooray!
We've got a Lexus. We have got a Lexus. You are absolutely correct.
Grewell's just joined in and got himself involved. So we're both in the McLarens, and now I'm gutted. I should have chosen something like the GTR. I'm such a big fan. So again, these are just the cars that are out on track just now. But obviously, as we say, qualifying will be over in 2.5 minutes. In fact, Grewell's he's seen it and he's thought, I'm going to take the McLaren instead. I wonder actually if he's joined in the wrong car, and it's obviously stopped him doing that. And again, the whole point of this, as we said, is just to have a laugh, to have some fun, and do our bit to help raise a little bit of money and show some respect as well. So, what are you thinking in terms of result for yourself then, Dan? Where do you see yourself finishing?
On the grid would be nice, actually, being able to finish. I have, it's. I think, to be honest, I don't know how well the commentating and driving is going to work. We may have to. I might have to ditch the commentary. Ditch the driving halfway through. Not ditch the commentary. I don't want to do that.
That was a Freudian slip right there, my friend.
I might have to ditch the driving halfway through. We'll just gloss over that a little bit there. Yeah. So it's Yeah, it's going to be. There's a lot of complexities, isn't there? Because we have to watch the stream as well as drive. I mean, we'll see. I think us not qualifying is probably the best thing, so we can just trundle on at the back to start with. But no, to be fair, like having done streaming for a while, the whole talking while driving doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. The whole looking at a different video screen while you're driving, because unfortunately my eyes don't go both ways.
I can see
My
this
eyes point
plan
in two different
rapidly
directions.
dissolving in front of our
Yes.
very eyes. So it's more than likely we're actually going to still be here in half an hour's time. Especially since I've just realised, of course, I race in VR, so that adds another complexity into the mix.
Don't understand how that's going to work. I mean,
Yeah,
you could just have your
You get the
bring your
little
little screen
overlays.
in.
Yeah, you get the little.
Yeah, we're
I'm hearing. Yeah, our
different
production
options.
team behind the scenes is now turning this into a full production event. We're getting webcams on the go. I think Mike Kay doesn't believe it's us actually going to be taking part in the race, so it's just to make sure, so we see the wheel and the shot at the same time.
If all of a sudden we're P1 and P2 after the first like 10-12 minutes, we're like might be no. It's at the end of the day, like I said, we'll certainly give it a go. Why not? We're going to be.
Well, guys, what we're going to do is we are going to fall silent for the next half hour. We're going to let qualifying run its course. We're going to head over to Anglesey to catch the live service.
God is our refuge and strength, ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam and the mountains quake with their surges.
Psalm 15. My command is this: love each other as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this: to lay down one's life for one's friend.
We are here today to remember courage, bravery, fortitude and sacrifice offered by so many down the generations in the cause of peace, freedom and security. We remember because we are never likely to be challenged to give in the way that these people did. It is a distant experience to us. It is distant because we've never encountered it, or if we have, only a small part of that experience. It is distant because many of the veterans who have experienced that are now old. Time separates us from the events that we largely remember today. So because of this, we must remember, and we must remember this way. We remember because we all too quickly forget. In a society where we largely enjoy the peace and freedoms won for us by previous generations, we need to remember often that which is too easy to take for granted. We assume that the peace and freedoms that we enjoy today will always be there. We need to remember that generations thought that too, and they paid the ultimate cost. We also remember today the many who still suffer from the effects of war and conflict, in bereavement, injury, turmoil, trauma and pain. We remember because they need us to, and we need to continue to support and care for them, and allow their voices and their experiences to be heard. As our readings today show, we remember sacrifice today, but we also remember life, the life that we have been given. Greater love has no one than this. Greater life, greater love. That is why we remember today. We meet in the presence of God. We commit ourselves to work in penitence and faith for reconciliation between the nations, that all may live together in freedom, peace and justice. We pray for all who in bereavement disability and pain continue to suffer the consequences of fighting and terror. We remember with thanksgiving and sorrow those whose lives in world wars and conflicts, past and present, have been given and taken away.
Shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
We will remember them.
say, to your tomorrow, we gave our today. Alright! That is
We come to pray, and there is a response in our prayers. To my words, Lord, in your mercy, would you respond, hear our prayer? Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, from whose love in Christ we cannot be parted either by death or life. Hear our prayers and thanksgivings for all whom we remember this day. Fulfill in them the purpose of your love, and bring us all with them to your eternal joy. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. We pray for the leaders of the nations, that you may guide them in the ways of freedom, justice and truth. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for those who serve in the armed forces of the Crown, that they may have discipline and discernment, courage and compassion. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for our enemies and those who wish us harm, that you may turn the hearts of all to kindness and to friendship. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for the wounded and the captive, the grieving and the homeless, that in all their trials they may know your love and support. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Most holy God and Father, hear our prayers for all who strive for peace and all who yearn for justice. Help us who today remember the cost of war to work for a better tomorrow. And as we commend to you lives lost in terror and conflict, bring us all in the end to the peace of your presence, through Christ our Lord. Amen. We share this together in saying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. We join in singing the hymn, I Vow to Thee, My Country. I vow to thee, my country, all earthly things above, entire and full and perfect, the service of my love, the love that asks no question, the love that stands the test, that lays upon the altar the dearest and the best, the love that never falters, the love that pays the price, the love that makes undaunted the final sacrifice. And there's another country I've heard of long ago, most dear to them that love her, most great to them that know. We may not count her armies, we may not see her king, her fortress is a faithful heart, her pride is suffering. Her ways are ways of gentleness, and all her paths are peace. May God grant to the living grace, to the departed rest, to the Church, the Queen, the Commonwealth, and all people, peace and concord, and to us and all his servants, life everlasting. And the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, be with you all, evermore. Amen.
Let's go racing!
Small child called Jensen.
Well, not quite sure how to restart after all of that, but a very moving remembrance service indeed from the Mission Motorsport crew and all involved. Thanks to Station Commander of the RAF Valley Group Captain Andy Turk, to the Reverend Squadron Leader Michael Hall, and to the piper and drummer, the 19th Regiment of the Royal Artillery, the Scottish Gunners, for their input into that remembrance service, and will be words that were just yelled out down on the grid. Let's go racing, and we'll be doing exactly that in just a few minutes' time for the remainder of the Race of Remembrance here at Anglesey. And wherever you are, whether you're around the track listening to us on the circuit's PA system, or whether you're around the world listening thanks to Radio Show Limited's network of channels and listening on RS1, there is a live stream available as well. If you go to YouTube and search the Race of Remembrance, you'll find it as a live broadcast. I'm sure there is a link to it on the Race of Remembrance website, and I'm sure there's various other links which, if you're smart enough to have got yourself onto this live stream, then you'll get yourself onto the video stream as well. The other source for information is going to be TSL Timing, tsl-timing.com. Follow the links to the Race of Remembrance and follow their live timing system as well. It is worth pointing out that this is a race of confusion as well as a race of remembrance, because with the three parts are separately counted as races and then aggregated together. So what you see on the track is not actually what you have on the timing screen, because the timing screen shows you the result of all three parts aggregated together. The important thing to note is that the tar that leads the race overall will start immediately behind the safety car, which will be leading them away on another formation lap in single file, and then they'll be given the green flag and we're back to full course green racing just after that. Peter Mansfield is at the wheel of the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise according to my screen, but I'm going to pause at that because as far as I remember it, Rob Boston was at the wheel when the car stopped, and by my understanding it should be therefore Rob Boston who continues, but we'll wait until the timing screen catches up with itself for that. They're scheduled to get underway again in about 10 minutes time. As I say, the safety car will lead them away and then the clock will start to count down again for the remainder of the 12 hours. The Race of Remembrance, as I said, a race of 3 parts. 6 hours of it were run yesterday, and then a further 2 hours and 40 minutes or so were run this morning. We then had the service of Remembrance, and according to what we've got on the timing screen, a further 4 hours, 23 and a half minutes remain.
Attention pit lane, and notice to all teams, the race duration will continue for the full duration, so as per the TSL timing screen. So the shorter version of part 2 has been added onto part 3 of the race, so as per the TSL timing screen, so the total race duration will be 12 hours plus 1 lap.
Thank you to Race Control for adding that useful piece of information, and noted almost in passing plus 1 lap. So at the elapse of 12 hours, you won't see the checkered flag, you'll see a board handed out to the leader which says 1 lap to go, last lap, and that last lap board will then allow the drivers to make 1 further lap. So they need to make sure they've got fuel aboard for that extra lap. So now the cars are underway, they correct themselves as far as who's driving which is concerned. So I'm pleased to say that it has corrected itself, and Rob Boston is at the wheel of the number 19 Lotus Elise. Although he leads by a lot less on the circuit, he leads the race on aggregate times by very nearly a minute. 50 seconds is his margin, and then it's a further 37 seconds back to the 3rd place car, which is a Solo 64 Caterham 270R of car number 64, which Lee Bristow is driving. So the safety car up at the hairpin at the moment. I hope just refresh the timing screen to watch the tracker once again, and it will then bring them back from the hairpin down the long straight past the old pit lane and into the bus stop, the final corner on the 2.1 Anglesey circuit. And Rob Boston then at the wheel of the Lotus Elise. When he's behind the wheel of this car, it really does fly along, and so I would expect Rob Boston to pull away from the rest of the field, and he'll be trying to extend that margin of lead at the front as the cars get underway again for part 3. The final part of the 2021 Race of Remembrance is underway, and we are racing at the Race of Remembrance. Don Henshaw with the Caterham in 2nd place is right in amongst the pack, having to dodge and dive as the green flag is shown, not overtake before the start-finish line, and everybody getting up to full speed. There's a spinner at Church, goes through 180, goes through 360 degrees, ends up pointing in the right direction, but he's in the grass and he may get bogged down. You only have to be, oh no, he's got a bit of grip from somewhere. Now he needs to be careful how he rejoins. That's the number 127 Mazda MX-5 that had that whoopsie. Of course, they run on road tyres, but they still need to get a bit of heat into them. Paul Sheard Autosports Mark III MX-5 it was, car number 127 that got it all wrong coming through Church, and it is got Stephen Andrew, not Steve Ferguson, Stephen Andrew, who was driving it at the time, and he had to collect his wits about him and get going underway again, because Stephen Andrew is leading in Class C at the moment. Class C is for cars up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne, and that car is the car who, amongst others, has Adam Marchant-Wincott doing the driving of it, but it wasn't Adam who had that spin, it was Steve Andrew. Anyway, he's got going again, just a little bit of a red face, damaged pride. Caterham side by side as they come through the bus stop. 71 and 777 both trying to make up ground. 71 is Nick Timpson in 10th place overall, and 777 is Paul Woodman in 6th place overall. Of course, the restart behind the safety car didn't take any account of where you were in the race. It depended where you were on the track when the race was interrupted for the service of remembrance, and that means that a lot of cars have a lot of overtaking to do. No refueling either happened during that intervention, so teams will have had to have kept their calculators ready, or else have a fuel gauge aboard the car to tell them how much fuel they've got aboard. And I say so not entirely laughingly, because some of these cars aren't equipped with fuel gauges, so we'll be relying on the guys in the pit lane to calculate how much fuel is aboard. But no sooner did we get the race underway than we have to pause again, because it's safety car time, and we're looking around to see the cause for the safety car just driving out of the pit lane. It should just about catch up with Rob Boston. He's coming out of target now just as Rob Boston goes into target, and so now there's sign of contact on a Citroen that's come into the pits. Number 467 is in the pit lane. That's the Cat DT car of Colin and Mark Hode and Phil Marsh. He has contact on the left-hand side, and I just wonder if the perpetrator of that contact has ended up off the track somewhere. No sign of anybody off the track in the areas of the circuit that we can see here from our position in the commentary box. Quite a few cars using the opportunity to come into the pits, and why not? Because whilst the safety car is out, the pace will be reduced, and so a 4-minute pit stop won't have such a big impact as it would do if you did it whilst the green flag was out. But whether Rob Boston has enough space in the fuel tank, the car was only refueled about, well, 20 minutes before the intervention, so we've had very little time, 3 minutes of the race thus far elapsed, so it may well be that Rob Boston decides to stay out for the moment rather than hand the car over to the slower driver, or the rescue unit decides to come out onto the circuit just in front of the 102 Citroen. That's the car that Claire Smith has been driving, but which is currently being driven by Ian Bolton.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 Race of Remembrance online here at Silverstone. David Christie and Dan Handover back with you once again, getting ready to head to the grid. But we have to say a huge thank you to Station Commander, RAF Valley Group Captain Andy Turk, as well as Reverend Squadron Leader Michael Hall, and the pipes and drums of the 19 Regiment Royal Artillery Scottish Gunners for another poignant and pretty emotional service there, taking part in the incredible atmosphere that's always there down at Anglesey for the Race of Remembrance. Remember, it's a race attached to a service and not the other way about. That's what we always have to remember. Here online we have a awesome little 3-hour race attached to that wonderful service that we are about to get underway, and Dan Handover is literally our man on the grid. Are you poised and ready to go?
Well, I think so. We'll have to find out. We've got a few minutes before we will go onto the grid, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, it's going back into what I was doing with streaming, or what I used to do with streaming. Obviously, it's slightly different because I'm going to be commentating, watching a video stream as we're going on. So it's good to be, I think, at the back of the grid, because I'm just going to sort of let everything happen. It's nice to get that sort of. We were just talking about this, weren't we, beforehand, about the V8 supercars and what happened in the old days of V8 supercars. I used to just interview them, mid-race. So it's going to be a little bit similar to what that would be. But
are you not going to treat us to the Australian accent that you were putting on?
No, let's not go there. That's going to be.
So essentially, it's going to be, Dan, this is David in the tower. You got to read, good buddy.
Hello. Yes, I do.
Yeah, there we go. Right. Okay,
yeah.
So we're on the grid then. A minute and a half left to go, and it looks like it's going to be Leon Hopp on pole position ahead of Robbie Stapleford, Ryan Brown in third ahead of Kieran Vidago. Oh my goodness me, this is going to be a race and a half. Marianne Coderman ahead of Regan Mitchell, Oliver Thompson and Brian O'Sullivan in 7th and 8th position. Luca Berk in 9th, Eric Enerson in 10th position, Wouter van der Voigt in 11th with Dimitri Van Bever in 12th, Medan Grewal in 13th, Cav Bud in 14th, Victor Borlin in 15th position, some random guy called Dan Handover in 16th, and Thomas Jack in 17th position. So 17 cars in a 3-hour race. Dan, what could possibly go wrong here?
Well, I think, to be fair, you've got to make sure that you're keeping your strategy correct. I think you've got to try and, if you can, stick with your strategy. I mean, honestly, if it doesn't particularly go to plan to start with, you've still just got to knuckle down and crack on. It's a long race. It's a 3-hour sprint race, essentially, is what it is. You talk about it as being an endurance, but at the same time, it's single drivers. You have got to treat it as a sprint. I mean, a whole host of things can go on, really, can't there? The first thing everyone wants to do is make sure they have a nice, clean start and just get through at least the first lap, having minimal incidents. That way, then they can settle into their own rhythm, and then they'll be able to crack on at their own pace.
And I think I'll settle for getting through the formation lap for you, Dan. But I'm only making these jokes because you'll notice there's no D. Christie on the grid, because that dawning realisation that we came to on the build-up that we were going to go and jump in the server, and then, of course, I'm in VR. So how on earth do you commentate in VR, watching the stream and concentrating on what you're doing? Yeah, I've decided to settle for the comfy, cosy confines of the commentary box here. But formation lap underway here, and just a reminder, as always, this is for one reason and one reason alone: to pay our respects for our wonderful armed forces who have put their lives on the line so that we don't have to. We get to sit here and enjoy some wonderful sim racing action because of the actions of those brave few. So please help any way you can. Simply text the following to 70085. If you text 5ROR, that will donate £5. If you text 10 ROR to that number, that will donate £10, and if you donate to donate 20, it's 20 ROR. Look at that, you'll get a wonderful text banner at the bottom to remind you of that. So Dan, formation lap underway. How are you feeling in that car?
Yeah, feeling good, to be fair. Did a couple laps on shakedown in the build-up, or in between the build-up. I think realistically, pace at the front we know is going to be around about a 57. It's going to be a 57 mid to 57 high, I'd imagine. Yeah, I think to be fair, it's just get through the first couple of corners and then see what happens from there. You've got to take it, really at this stage of the race, I suppose, as well. You just got to take it one lap at a time to start with, and then you've got to be able to push forward a little bit more. So we're just having... the main thing as well here, you've got to try and warm your tyres up, warm your brakes up, and really just push forward in really sort of... It's trickier because you've got to warm your tyres up and warm your brakes up, but at the same time, you don't want to put too much through your brakes or try and ride the brakes too much. You don't want to try and put too much heat into the tyre, otherwise you'll, I believe it's called cold graining as well, that you can do if you try and sort of weave really aggressively, and you actually can do some damage to the tyres before you even start. So there's lots of things that you've got to take into consideration. I'm currently on track as well. Loads of people are weaving at the moment. You do want to try and get some sort of build up at least, but you've got to manage it right. Because if you do it wrong, like I said, you're going to put yourself on the back foot before you even start.
Yep, here we go then. A good morning to everyone that is joining us on, good morning still. To everyone joining us on YouTube, to Upshift Media, Aaron Walker, Adam Mizailovic, Simulators NL, and Voiter Vord on the chat as well. So yeah, it is just going to be Dan that is taking part in this race. I'm going to be doing the commentary from up here in the box. We'll still have the expert insight analysis from Dan, who's got one monitor to his side with the live stream as well. But obviously we'll see how it goes, because we'll give him 10-15 minutes to settle down and get focused. And if he's not in contention for the win, then we'll just have some giggles with him on the way through.
There's no need to worry about that, let's be honest.
I disagree. See, this is the thing. We always say that, and it doesn't matter what ability we have, we all take it seriously coming down to the line. So the cars coming down then, 17 cars here, getting ready for the 2021 Race of Remembrance online. A huge thank you to Gridfinder as well, and to simgrid.gp for helping get all of this set up. Oh my goodness me. It's going to be Leon Hop riding them round for the first time of asking as we get ready to go green round through Woodcut for the first time of asking. It's all going to be on the run down to Cops. Dan Handover, may God have mercy on your soul for what is about to happen here. As we get ready to do our bit to pay respects here and go green for 3 hours of racing at Silverstone. It's a long run up to the line here, and we wait for the green flag to fly any second now. There we go, green flag flies, and it's Robbie Stapleford trying to get the outside line through Cops, and I'm stunned as all the cars through, and even Dan Handover looking to make a place there up on the number 1 Porsche of Victor Borland here.
Yeah, at the moment, like I said again, what you just got to do now is just get through, take it easy. Everything's going to check up as well, especially going through Maggers and Beckett's. There's a bit of an incident up ahead that we can just see. McLaren is off, but manages to keep going from my perspective. So here, you've just got to make sure that got a car on the outside. So, again, you've got to make sure that you leave room. There's no point in trying to battle too hard at this point. At the end of the day, everyone's got an understanding of pace. If you try and push the car too hard, that's when the spin's going to happen. You've got cold tyres, you've got cold brakes. It certainly isn't going to work. At the front, though, it's really kicking off that we can see just there.
Yeah, it is Leon Hop against Robbie Stapleford side by side on lap 1 down in towards Club Corner. And this is a cracking fight that we've got going on. Marianne Koderman for Diesel Racing Team having a little bit of an issue there with the 966. We've got 3 cars wide here. It's a McLaren versus 2 Mercedes, as we've got the 76 and 77 of Thompson and O'Sullivan against Luca Burke, who slips in behind them. So we've got an absolute gaggle of cars from 8th downwards coming through Abbey and then into Farm Curve as well. Again, a very difficult corner on the run down to Village, but this is your race leader just now on the first lap then. Leon Hop for Gridfinder Racing in the 88 machine, just ahead of the Rocket Simsport machine of the number 22 of Robbie Stapleford. And again, we say that this is a fun race, but in reality, it's a little bit more than that, isn't it? I mean, a lot of these drivers will be taking this quite seriously.
Yeah, competitiveness is already there as well, and you've got to make sure that you curb that enthusiasm, like I said, at least for the start of the race. The first lap has gone through. There's been a couple of incidents as well. This gaggle of through that I'm actually got a great view of here, just behind. It's a really interesting battle, because the battling is really quite hard. You can see the gaps have already extended quite a lot. So, the number 75 Mercedes versus McLaren. You see the V12 Aston in the background there as well. So, I don't know. Oh, that's brave. That is very, very brave there. McLaren and Mercedes side by side. That's not something you want to normally do at lap number 2 at Cops, is it?
It's a bold move. I'll certainly give it that one. But yeah, nothing has happened in terms of chaos and drama so far just now, apart from the fact, where is Leon Hop? Because Robbie Stapleford, that's fine, ignore me. I was getting panicked there because Leon Hop was shown as slightly down the order, but he's out there in front in the number 88 machine, still ahead of Robbie Stapleford right now. So I guess if you're in the McLaren, welcome to the top 10. If you're not in McLaren, you can form an orderly queue outside from the looks of it, because Regan Mitchell, to be fair, in that 69 doing the old Aston Martin absolutely proud. So we had Upshift Media giving praise to whoever was driving that. That is the number 69 of Regan Mitchell. Very, very fast sim racing driver. If you've not heard of him, keep an eye on him, because he is making some big, big waves right now. As Robbie Stapleford still all over the back of Leon Hop right now, as we've got just the one lap in the books, and Brian O'Sullivan for Olympus Esports round the outside from Grewal. That's outrageous. That is a move and a half right there from the McLaren. That was beautiful to see. Dan, I don't know if you saw that one from that red McLaren, the number 24 there.
I did. I just caught the tail end of that. What this is doing, though, is it's playing into our hands a lot, because Brian O'Sullivan, and they're battling really quite aggressively. And what this is doing, this is just checking up here. This is checking everything up. So, I mean, the gaps, they're closing down. Admittedly, the McLaren McLaren has started to pull away, but at the same time, it is still checking up, and this battle that I'm now starting to become a part of has actually started to close down. The gaps are really starting to close, and you can see there's a massive gap now. And so it may just be a little bit too early. Again, the racing may have just happened a little bit too early in this 3-hour endurance race. So that gap's going to be quite difficult to get back now.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and that's a gap of well over 4 seconds to. So basically, you guys are about 10 seconds off of the lead battle right now, which is still absolutely raging on between Leon Hop and Robbie Stapleford at such an early stage of the race here. But you're right, this battle is basically sending everyone backwards. What they need to do is get behind Grewal in that number 24, hook onto that and let Grewal tow everybody up to the group in front, because you've got another group up in front who are fighting just as well. So Madan Grewal trying to catch on to the back of Oliver Thompson, but you've then got the 2 Mercs that are fighting themselves as well, Brian O'Sullivan and Eric Einerson. So they're just in front of you, Dan. And 5 minutes in, and you're already up to P13, so you've made it quite a few places there. That's I'd be happy with that. Also, can I just point out how jealous I am? Oh, and that was Buds in front of you, the 53, who Cav Buds, I think, was trying to prove a point there.
Yeah, it's certainly, there's been a lot of action for, in these first 5 minutes. Obviously, a few cars have gone off, which isn't ideal. This battle here as well. So from my perspective, again, I wouldn't be battling too hard at this point. That's why I'm not trying to be overly aggressive. I want to sit behind. I want to sort of see where everything happens, see where everything can be, see where any possible position the 53 Aston Martin has a bit of a look, decides against it, though. And again, it's a tricky one. It's in a bit of a... You've actually got to be a bit considerate of, well, do you want to try and make a move? Because if you feel that you're...
Sorry about that, Dan, but Robbie Stapleford, just while you were saying that, makes a move up the inside of Leon Hop at Cops, and what a move to take the lead of the race as we start lap number 3. He saw the move. He was doing exactly what you were saying, Dan. He was sitting behind, waiting, watching the car in front, seeing where it was vulnerable and making a move if it was safe to do so. So I wonder if he's been listening to you there.
He might very well be. He might have a tap into the feed. Yeah, to be fair, you don't have to make a move early doors. You don't have to sit there, get behind someone, and then try and make the move straight away. You've got opportunities. You have to sit there. You have to find out. You've got to be calculated on the moves as well. And I just got the tail end of that as well out of the corner of my eye. Very, very good move. But it was committed. There wasn't any, there wasn't a bit of indecisiveness. It was just say, no, I'm coming through, and that was the end of it. So very, very good move there from Robbie Stapleford.
Yeah, the point that was a way to make there is absolutely how jealous I am of you right now, the ability that you can actually form coherent sentences while sim racing at the same time, whereas for me it's a succession of noises, and oh my goodness me, that was Yeah, that could have been very, very different. And it looks like as we cut away back to Robbie Stapleford there, it looks like we've got an absolute melee as Dan Handover has the number 20 on his left-hand side. 5 cars trying to go through Abbey at the same time. Surely that's not going to work. As we see Dan Handover up to the inside of one of the Mercs who's been absolutely mugged there. That's Eric Einerson who's going to try and get the cut back into the corner. He does around the outside. Incredibly respectful racing from the 2 drivers just now. But it looks like Dan Handover up the inside. And look at Robbie Stapleford as well. Leon Hop. How has this happened? How have we got one of the best races and this is just for fun and giggles? This is amazing stuff. Dan Handover then still side by side with that man, tries to fire it up the inside, has to think better of it. Dan, that was very, very unlucky there, my friends.
Unfortunately, yes, Bud sort of vetoed that move, didn't he, to be fair? I mean, he's well within his right to do so. The fact that he tried to obviously let me run wide. I wasn't too far at the inside. That's the interesting thing. So again, at this point, I'm just going to sit behind. There's no point trying to make a move through Cots. I'm not going to do a Robbie Stapleford because I'm not that skilled. And at this point here, it's just setting up. Gone a little bit wide, so I might be able to capitalise on this opportunity. I don't think so. The Mercedes have got some good drive. So again, sit behind. There's no need to try and push the car at the moment. I have dropped, and we've both dropped a little bit of time to the Aston and Mercedes up ahead. So we've got to take that into consideration. Maybe we might even now try and think, well, do you know what? We'll just try and sit behind. And I'm happy to sit behind now, try and catch up to the Aston Martin again. Although the Mercedes hasn't got a particularly good run, I may have given a little bit of a nudge there. Kieran Vidago, though, P4, sort of running his own race a little bit at the moment, isn't he? He's got a, 0.7 of a second gap? It's not too big, but it's big enough to not have to worry about anyone sort of in front or behind you. But, yeah, again, at this point, Vidago, half a second behind now. Is there much point in battling at this stage of the race? It's tricky to say.
Yeah, great stuff to watch for sure. I've just had a thought for next year if we're being part of this again, Dan. We need to somehow do some sort of stream goals where, if we get our viewers to donate XYZ amount, then we can start doing some crazy things like getting you to absolutely send it at every corner. That would be thoroughly entertaining. Meanwhile, watching Dan Handover looking at the Porsche of the number 20 of Jack, trying to fire it up the inside, and that didn't go well. And do you get a read on me, Mr. Handover? What happened there?
To be fair, it's tricky to say from my perspective. I mean, it looked like, to be fair, that I gave. It looked like I gave room. I did make a correction. Whether I then turned in a little bit too early, that could have possibly been the case. At the moment, I think me and Jack just needs to. I think at this point now, if Jack wants to get by, I think realistically, certainly made their intentions clear. May have been a little bit too aggressive again, especially this early in the race for my liking. But at the same time, it's a move that the Porsche we know is good on the brakes, though. We know the Porsche is good on the brakes, and it was a lunge from quite a ways back. Although the Porsche can do it, there was no way that he wasn't going to make the move, and he wasn't going to make the corner. He certainly was. Yeah, just a little bit of contact, which is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. We've got a long way to go. We just sort of knuckle down, crack on. It's actually opened up everything a little bit. So now we both got a bit of clean air. We might be able to see now, especially what the pace is and what we reckon our sort of average pace is as it stands out. I'm running with, I've still got 105 litres in the tank. So I've got to be taking that into consideration. Although I'm not 100%, I'm not on the pace that I'd like to have been. But then I've got to manage expectations here, I think. I've not driven this in for a while.
How are you so calm after that? I'd be throwing things at this point and screaming obscenities into
we're on the broadcast though, David.
Yeah, that's very true. I'd still be screaming obscenities, unfortunately. But Dan Hanover down into 15th place after that contact earlier on then with Thomas Jack. And what on earth is going on here? We have got just a ridiculous fight going on for Lee. Oh no! And that's contact. Leon Hop hit by Ryan Brown. That was on the inside of the corner there on the run up to the loop, and that is drama for Leon Hop and for Ryan Brown, and that means that Regan Mitchell has a sniff of a podium at such an early stage. The V12 is on the charge and could be on for a podium right now. This is a turn up for the books here, Dan.
That's great. I really love to see the older, again, the Aston Martin. The old V12 isn't used that much. The 2018 Aston Martin is a very, very fast car, very competitive package. But yeah, it's great to see Regan Mitchell in that number 69 V12 Aston Martin really pressuring Hop at the moment, to be fair.
And he absolutely is. Right, here's a replay then of the Porsche sender down on the inside. That's just... Yeah, I can't see that.
I could have given him more room, to be fair. I call that as well. I could have given him more room. Maybe that was a bit of an aggressive send, especially this early in the race. The last lap, yeah, fair enough, go for it. Just maybe tad too aggressive.
Well, it's going to be F's in chat for this one because it looks like the McLaren trying to make a move on Regan Mitchell. This is Luca Berg. We know he's got the talent. We know he's got the skill. It's going to be 2 cars into one corner. And to be fair, I think as the cars go round into Stowe, yeah, I think Regan Mitchell knew that was happening. That, for me, that's exactly what you were talking about, Dan. That is a driver who's aware it's a 3-hour race, aware of his own ability, aware of his own pace, and is not going to force the issue. If you want the position, take it, but I'm just focusing on what I'm doing here. So great awareness there from Regan Mitchell. Hands over that 5th position. And Luca Berg then moves up into 4th for Rocket Simsport. So we've got 2 Rocket Simsport cars in the top 4 then, Robbie Stapleford and Regan Mitchell. I do believe those 2 were due to be sharing the car for the team part of the race, but obviously with lower numbers we wanted to try and provide as entertaining a race for not just for you guys at home but for the drivers as well, because Dan, if you're in a race with like say 7 or 8 cars, it's not as exciting as Eric Einerson decides to take the scenic route, I think, through Farm Curve and through Village there. If you're in a race with 7 cars, that's not as exciting as a race for you as a driver with, say, 16 cars.
No, it's very, very true. You know, you always want to be in the biggest grid possible, don't you? To be fair, and we're certainly seeing that though. Again, with that high grid, we are seeing some very, very good here. Not too sure. This is a bit of this battle that we've got there with in Arsene, and this is Borlin as well in the Porsche. It's not really happening. There's not much happening at the moment. It's just sort of sizzling, isn't it? And I think again, this is where, you know, as you can see, you've got drivers just taking it easy a little bit here and trying to make sure that they're able to work out again where people are quicker, where the opponent is quicker, where the opponent is slow, and now riding on board with Borlin. So you can just see. At this point here, there'll be obviously no sort of jinx out to try and make a move or something. It is simply just to sit behind, maybe pull each other along as well, gain a bit of time, and see if you can again catch up to the cars in front. That's exactly what I would be doing in this scenario.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely spot on. It looks like Robbie Stapleford's starting to check out now. Kieran Vidago 2.5 seconds behind the number 22 Rocket Simsport driver just now. Leon Hopp in 3rd position, Luca Berg in 4th, Regan Mitchell in 5th position, with Ryan Brown dropped down to 6th position after that clumsy move up the inside. And then in 7th position is the number 966 car. That is, of course, Marianne Koderman with Oliver Thompson in 8th position, Madan Greville in 9th, and Cav Budd rounded out the top 10. But just behind that then is this battle for 11th, 12th and 13th position. You've got Eric Einerson just ahead of Victor Borlin and Cav Budd as well in the mix. So a great little fight going on here, Dan, and obviously, as you said, you've got a little bit of clean air, but Thomas Jack dropping down a little bit behind you here.
Yeah, to be fair, Jack's got some good pace. Like, certainly not denying Jack's got some good pace, and he's consistent as well. There's a couple of mistakes that are creeping in for me at the moment. I'm just sort of bumps a little bit as well, which again, you've got to try and do. Not ideal to do it on the fly. You're supposed to do it in testing, but as we go. A little bit of battle here though. Regan Mitchell's getting pressured quite heavily from the back of Ryan Brown. So again, this is. I wonder what Brown's going to do at this point. That's a bit of a battle as well. Oh, Porsche goes for a send. Borlin goes for a sender at the inside of the number 75. Oh, good move there going into Brooklands.
Licked the stamp centre and got it back with interest. Victor Borlin takes 11th position from Eric Einerson with absolutely nothing in response there. Ryan Brown, though, trying to make the move, catching back up then on Regan Mitchell. Remember, Brown dumped down there after contact with Leon Hopp early on, about 2 laps ago, and that was, as we said, coming in through the loop. It was Ryan Brown on the inside, and it was Leon Hopp on the outside. The two of them collided collided, spun each other round, and it was Brown that lost out because of it. Track limits are going to be an issue as well. It's automatic track limit penalties that are handed out by the sim. They will not be cleared, so drivers have to come in and serve them. Back to a 3-car battle then between Bud, Borland and Einarson, and it looks like Borland still in that 11th position, now trying to look up on the inside of Cav Bud, but it's not going to happen, and this is all bringing Eric Einarson as well. They're going to go side by side, surely not right. The outside for the Porsche, late onto the brakes for the Aston Martin, gets the cutback, beautiful hip check there, and somehow that Aston Martin's still in that 10th position, but Cav Bud and Victor Borland now having a huge moment there. That was a bit naughty there, Dan, around the outside of track limits there, and that Aston Martin looking a little bit aggressive there.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to see that position have to be given back. I think realistically, it was a little bit cheeky to try on the outside of it.
But then I'm wondering, Dan, as well, because Cav Bud did try and hold on that position just about two corners previously. By he outbroke himself, had to cut to the inside of the track, got hip checked off, and kept that position as well. Oh, and look at Berg with a huge one coming out of corner there. Great car control to hold on to that. But that means that he's going to drop even further back off of Leon Hopp there. But Robbie Stapleford has absolutely checked out now, 4.5 seconds ahead of Kieran Vidago here. And Dan, just having a look at where you are just now. So obviously you're going to be hoping that in this stint here, I would imagine, top 10 could be on the cards for you.
Yeah, like looking at the pace at the moment, from what my pace is, again, it's there or thereabouts. I think for my current driving ability, shall we say, again, once I get more used to the sim, once I get settled in a little bit more. I think a top 10 I think is a good aim for me. A top 8 would be nice, but considering after the incident as well a little bit earlier on, I think you just got to again realistically set expectations. I think the pace at the moment, looking around the sort of the top 10, top 9, I think we're probably looking at around the 201s, mid 201s. Up at the moment, I'm running about a high 2 minute. We'll have to see. Again, obviously, tyres will start to drop off. So that's something to take into consideration.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, it's a difficult one for myself, Dan, because I'm wanting to have a chat with you, but I know how I struggle with concentration, so you just tell me if we're...
you go for it.
Awesome
I'm
stuff.
enjoying this. This.
Well, talking of enjoying it, I am loving this battle for 10th, 11th and 12th right now, because Cav Bud has kind of been dropped a little bit by Victor Borland in that number 1 Porsche, but he's coming under all sorts of pressure from the Merc behind him. Eric Einarson in the 75 Mercedes is catching up very, very quickly, and I'm just looking up the order as well. Luca Berg, actually, after that moment at Cops, hasn't fallen back as much as I thought he would. But 20 minutes into a 3-hour endurance race, and boy, oh boy, we have been treated to some thrills and spills. And again, remember, there is absolutely nothing on offer for these drivers for taking part other than a little bit of ego padding and the crowning glory of beating your fellow sim racers, because of course it is, as we said, simply a fun race to do our part to pay our respects for and also support the armed forces who, like we say, time and time again have put their life on the line so that we don't have to. We can sit at home in our comfy, cozy, central heated places on our sim rigs and enjoy what we enjoy. So if you do want to help out in any way you can, simply text the following to 70085. If you text 5 ROR, you will donate £5. If you text 10 ROR, you will donate £10. 20 ROR will donate £20. So text any of those to 70085 and that will donate to Mission Motorsport. So a huge thank you there. 2 hours 38 left to go in the race then. Robbie Stapleford looking very, very comfortable out in front, but Cav Bud now dropped Eric Einarson very slightly now back onto the tail end of that Porsche. And Dan, tyres and strategy, how important do you think that is for these different cars as Victor Borland gets a 5-second penalty?
Well, I mean that 5-second penalty certainly obviously put something put an additional spanner in the works for Berlin. Yeah, I think, to be fair, you've got to really take into consideration about management of tyres. I can already feel my tyres are starting to drop off a little bit, and they'll go through a couple of drop-off stages. Obviously, I'm going through that first one at the moment. Other people, I assume, will be going through the same. Tyre pressure is also very, very key. You've got to make sure that you're in the right tyre pressure window. If you're not, then you're going to be putting there's time on the table there straight away. So that's obviously something to consider as well. So, fuel strategies, I don't think people will be worried too much about saving some fuel. I don't think it's actually going to be too worth it. I mean, for the likes of Robbie Stapleford, he's just cruising at the moment, sort of in the lead. What's it, 2.3, actually 4.9 seconds, sorry. Just absolutely fantastic pace from Robbie Stapleford. Yeah, so I just don't think there's any fuel saving isn't going to be worth doing. You just sort of bring the tank and off you go, and maybe come to the last pit stop. Yep, you're going to have to obviously work out and think, oh, hang on a minute, how much fuel am I going to need realistically? But that's obviously worry about that when the time comes.
Yeah, for sure. So just having a look then, because obviously that's going to send Borland right back, and actually Dan Handover then gets an easier chance to improve his ability to get into the top 10. In fact, just realised actually, Dan, how close you are to this group, and you could get brought even further as Cav Bud makes a move up the outside of Stowe Corner. Never going to work, and in fact that just ends up bringing Eric Einerson in even closer, who runs wide out of that corner there. This is the run down then towards Club Corner as they come through Vale. Always a difficult part of the circuit, and one that I'm not overly fond of. That and Luffield as well, where I managed to, in real life, beach my lovely little, our team's C1 into the gravel pit under a safety car. So that was always an interesting moment. Oh, and Eric Einerson again taking the scenic route round the corner there. That allows Dan Handover now to close right back up to the tail end of that Mercedes. I wonder if the tyres are absolutely gone on that machine, or if there's some sort of damage that Eric is dealing with, because he was up in the top 10, but Eric Einerson now dropping all the way back, and this is going to be like taking candy from a baby. Dan Handover going to move up to the inside and is going to take that position. This is on the run down then towards Brooklands, and Dan making that look very, very easy. And yeah, that Merc is really struggling, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with the Merc, to be honest. Could just be, as you say, maybe tyres aren't the operating. Tyres in ACC make a massive difference. They don't make too much of a difference in iRacing, to be fair, on some other sims, but ACC, your tyres are very, very crucial. And they, as you say, there could be a fair bit of time on the table if you're not careful. And you don't get the tyre pressures exactly right. Maybe that could also be a thing, possibly as well. Maybe taking too much out of the tyres at this stage. So maybe releasing the tyres a little bit, releasing a bit of pace, letting the tyres cool down, and letting them scrub in the correct way, and just backing it off, 5-10%, and then you can come back. It's amazing how much manipulation you can have with the tyres, and how much that can really have an effect on you as well, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So watching how this all unfolds here. 2.5 hours left to go in the race. Robbie Stapleford still out in the lead from Kieran Vidago. Leon Hopp in third place. Luca Burke in fourth. It's Ryan Brown in fifth position. Rodrigo Mitchell down now into sixth position. It's then Coderman in the 966 car. Down in seventh place there, Marianne Coderman. Oliver Thompson in eighth position, Madan Greville in ninth, Victor Borland in 10th position, with Cav Bud in 11th. Daniel Handover moving himself up into 12th position. Eric Einerson after that move down in 13th. Thomas Jack in 14th, Brian O'Sullivan in 15th, Wouter van der Voigt in 16th position, Dimitri van Bever in 17th, and Quentin Chauvetot, a late joiner, 2 laps down, but decides to pop himself onto the grid nonetheless. So a very warm welcome to Quentin, down in 18th place, but still taking part nonetheless. And that really is the pretty much the entire spirit of this race, isn't it? It doesn't matter where you are skill wise. Come and have a little shot, have a little bit of fun, and as long as you keep yourself to yourself, you're more than welcome to be here. But looking at the livery of the Grid Finder racing machine of Leon Hopp, that is a really, really nice looking livery on that car. But what's even nicer is the fact that Luca Burke looks like he's he's ominously hanging about in the background, waiting to take that final podium position. One of the cars that we did think was on the verge of getting a podium position, Regan Mitchell, now dropping down all the way to 6th position. So early positive showings while the cars were all bunched up as Dimitri Van Bever takes a very, very, very wide line. Although I've got the feeling we'll see that quite a lot out of Aintree. Gets back on the track there. But give us a little status update, Dan, because you are just about 1/10 of a second behind Cav Bud there.
Yeah, had a little bit of a moment there. You just see that would have cost me a little bit of time. Aston Martin's quick in a straight line. You can just see it's now pull away a little bit, although now I've got the run. So I'm going to try and go to the outside, see what happens here. I know that obviously it's last of the late breakers. It's pretty even Stevens at this point. It's got to hold my own at this line. I don't have to concede the position too much, but to be fair, Bud did it absolutely perfectly. I've now got Einarson behind me as well, so this is a battle. He's going to try and go on the outside. So if he wants to try and make the move, that's fine. I'm going to have slightly optimal traction. But again, there's just no point in trying to battle it and trying to leave it too hard. I've also got Jack behind me as well, so this is where it's all starting to kick off a little bit. It's tricky because you've got to try and balance your overtaking with your defending. I didn't realise Jack was there. He's actually got, a 10-second? He's got a 10-second time penalty, so that's not going to be... Yeah, so I'm not going to worry about it too much at this stage of the race because I know, again, that this is really sort of happening. It's once the pit stops have happened, obviously that time is going to go down. So, I'm not too worried about Jack. If he wants to try and make a move, I might not fight it too much because of that 10-second penalty. Again, we just have to see. But it's unfortunate I've dropped back behind Anderson again.
Yeah, I'm just looking how we get you a crime reference number there, Dan, because you just got absolutely mugged there by that Merc. He just decided to absolutely send it up the inside there. And this is the bit that really annoys me about you, Dan. Not only are you able to string coherent sentences, right, you're incredibly calm under pressure, but you're just like, yeah, you've got the long game vision, right, properly set out. That's 100% the right way to be, is the fact that it's a 3-hour race. Whatever happens, you'll get the places back, left, right and centre. You're kidding me. No danger of you just taking that place back at Cops. That is absolutely... So what you've done is you've fought fire with fire, you've been mugged, and you've absolutely beaten him up in return for that. Eric Einarson has to go and hang his head in shame after that one. That was a move and a half there to get that back. Well done, Dan Handover, and I'd imagine you're feeling pretty pleased with yourself after that one.
No, to be fair, Idison gave me the exact room that he needed to, which is really, really good. So, really good battling, and it's been, it's a really fun race. I'm enjoying this a lot. Once you remove, you remove prizes and it's just for fun, you really start to gain that, it's just a nice sense of you're having a laugh with some like-minded people, and it's really, really good. But no, to be fair, set it up, managed to get a good run. I didn't expect the run. I wasn't going to initially make that move. And then the run, I was like, we'll give it a go. If it doesn't work, if I decided that I might back out of it, but no, we kept it in. And as I credit to Anderson, gave me the racing room that was needed, which is nice. And now we're back to square one on the back of the Aston Martin, number 53 of Bud.
Yeah, it's great to see. So, confirmation of the penalties. Borland got a 5-second penalty for contact, and so did Thomas Jack. And there goes Cav Bud, very, very late onto the entry of the loop, gets it all wrong, and hands that position on a plate to Dan Handover, who takes it. And now Eric Einarson is trying to get that position from Cav Bud as well. They're side by side coming down the Wellington straight. Let's see there. Cav Bud takes the position, but the Merc's going to try and get back up on the inside. The two of them are tripping up over each other just now, but Cav Bud gets it done. So Cav Bud up into 12th position, and Dan Handover continues his charge to get himself into the top 10. Meanwhile, let's give you a recap of your race lead then. Robbie Stapleford for the McLaren, the Rocket Simsport machine, up in the lead of the race by 8 seconds ahead of Kieran Vidago in the number 73. Leon Hopp is in second position with the 88, and Luca Burke, just as we cut, they're side by side. We're going to stay with this for a little bit then, because Luca Burke has to tuck to the inside then. It was in fourth position, the two of them fighting out for this third place, the final step on the podium. It's such an early stage of the race here, but Luca Burke tucks in behind. Can we have two Rocket Simsport machines up in the podium just now, you certainly wouldn't bet against it, because the pace that Luca Berg has got right now is absolutely fantastic, and Leon Hopp is not a slow coach by any stretch of the imagination as well. This is down through the Wellington Straight here, and just saying, if Luca Berg wants to try and do it, I'm wondering, has Luca Berg actually got a little bit of damage on that car? No, oh, sorry, I was just being informed it's Leon actually that's got a bit of damage, and that's going to be from that contact with Ryan Brown early on, so that'll be on the left-hand side of that car there. But yeah, we'll keep our eye on this one as the cars come back round towards Copstein for another lap here. 16 laps in the book, and Luca Berg a little bit further back than he was before, and if they're clever, the two of these cars here are going to just hustle down and catch up to Kieran Vidago, and that's exactly what they're doing. We've got a yellow flag for the 75. Eric Einarsson brings it out. That's on the entry towards Village, gets going again, but I think he's going to lose that position then to Thomas Jack, so Eric Einarsson's day goes from bad to worse, going down into 14th position there. And Dan, that was quite a frantic couple of minutes there.
Yeah, it was indeed. I think we've just had Borland that's just gone a little bit wide, and it's just going into left field and opened the door for myself. That's what I've gone through. Look at that, Luca Bert though, on P3. Is this going to be... Oh, they're side by side. That's very... I'll tell you what, I think Hop's going to still have the inside going down into Vernon Club, but Luca Bert tries to go on the outside. Oh my goodness, how on earth are they managing this? They've been side by side for about 4 or 5 corners. Luca Bert manages to get P3, but at what cost? Because again, that has cost even more time.
Right, never mind that. How the blooming heck have you got into the top 10 in just half an hour? That is scandalous there from Dan Handover. P25, but sorry, P10 in the 25 car. Now I'm just getting an idea on where you are in terms of Graval in the 24 that's in front of you. Yeah, 17 seconds. That's a challenge, but it's not undoable given the fact that you're doing 2:01.3s and his last lap was a 2:02.6. In fact, that is 2:01.3 is his normal lap time, so he's obviously had a bit of a slow lap here. What do you do then, Dan, in these periods where you're halfway through a stint and you're all spread out? Do you enjoy this where you can just stretch your legs a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. You just got to, at this point, crack on at a comfortable pace. Now, the one thing that you don't want to do, and this is what I have happened to me in the past, and I've got 2 attached to the gap that's in front of me, and I've got 2 attached to the gaps. Oh, it's come down 3/10 here, it's come down 3/10 there. And the problem is when you start clock watching like that, especially in this stage of the race, you end up costing yourself more time because you'll end up pushing the tyres more. Yeah, and they could obviously... you can then back those off a little bit. You've just got lots and lots of different things you've got to really consider it of at this stage of the race. So at the moment, I'm not going to be too worried about the gap coming down. All I need to do now is, from what you were saying there, a 2:01.3 is the normal pace for Grewal. So I need to make sure that I manage that pace. If I can beat that pace, great. If I can maintain that pace, also great. I'm not overly fussed at this point. Again, it's 35 minutes into this 3-hour race. So there's lots of things that can happen. Realistically, again, managing expectations as well. Could very well come down, quite possibly. It's not going to happen straight away. It's going to be a build-up of the next half hour, probably going into the next stint as well. So if it was to happen at all. So I've just got to make sure that I just crack on, take it nice and easy. And as you say, enjoy this period of time where I've got, it was almost a little bit of downtime. I can just sort of crack on, hot lap at myself, and also watch some great racing on the screen to the left of me.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Another penalty coming in then. Ryan Brown in the 32 McLaren in 5th place gets a 5-second penalty to be served at his pit stops. I've come up with a horrendous and rather cruel idea to help raise donations here, Dan. We should do it in future races where a £5 donation can give a 5-second penalty to the driver of your choice. 10-second for £10 and £20 gets a stop go 30. I think it'd just be absolute bedlam.
I mean, I'd be up for it.
That'd be amazing. Just like right towards the end, and then suddenly you have all hell breaking loose with like hundreds of pounds of donations, and suddenly a car that was in 16th place in a GTR or a Lexus or something like that wins the entire race. That would be amazing, I think.
I think we'd have to iron out some bumps, especially when it comes to team rivalries. If you've got inter-teams that are just donating money to each other to try and give them more penalties.
It's all good, my friend. It's all there, you know. It's the money talks. What can we say? And the more money we can raise for Race of Remembrance, the better. So that'll be one for the for future years. I've got to say, as we were watching Marjan Koderman here for the Diesel race team in the 966 machine, kind of left on his own in between an Aston Martin and a Mercedes right now. Regan Mitchell just ahead by about 1.5 seconds, and then Oliver Thompson in the Mercedes about 8 seconds behind there. But as you said, Dan, you're about 15 seconds behind Greuvel in that 24 McLaren. So equal machinery going to make it very difficult, and strategy is going to come massively into play. But Robbie Stapleford already opening up a 10-second, make that 11-second gap. And Chris Pinchbeck has said that he thinks that Kieran has found his new car. Sebastian Detolinier says that it's his poor wallet is going to be absolutely empty if we implement that penalty system. I'm telling you, I think for the final hour of the race, I think that's something we need to get going.
It's not a bad shout, actually. I mean, like I said, it's raising money for a good cause. Then why not? It certainly adds some. It will definitely add some excitement for us in the commentary box, won't it? Let's be honest.
Because literally, obviously, implementing that, all they need to do is, I would imagine, would be send us a screenshot of their text donation.
Yeah.
Post it in the Discord, and we can. Oh my God! Could you imagine? And we just didn't tell the drivers about it as well. And suddenly they've got all these penalties coming in. That would be amazing.
I think, well, it would be, depending on what side you were on, all of a sudden you had a 780 penalty, you'd be sitting there going, well, what's happened here then? I mean, yeah, I'm up for doing it. There you go. So you heard it here first. I'm well up for it.
That's been vetoed then. We've got free carte blanche to do what we like then with it. Just confirmation then that Ryan Brown gets a 5-second penalty. Now, that's very early for Ryan Brown to come in. I hope he remembers that was just to be served at a pit stop and not an immediate penalty for that. So we'll get an idea on that. In fact, yeah. So the 32 into to pit lane just now, and Dan, that is well and truly early for strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite early actually. To be fair, I'm not too sure. Again, maybe Brown knows something that we don't at the moment. I mean, that's going to give me a free place. I'm now up into P9. I'll take that. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure as to why. But again, there could be just sort of a slightly different strategy that may be playing into effect at this stage of the race. Simply don't know. One thing I was actually going to ask as well is are there pit stop? Is there a mandatory number of pit stops that we have to take for this race?
Nope, it's all open. So you just pit when. And certainly, that's what when they were setting it up. That's what I believe. So it was just an open session. So there's no amount of mandatory pit stops. Yeah, there we go. Sebastian Detolinier saying that you guys ex-EA or Activision board members. Ooh, I think he's accusing us of microtransactions. That's controversy. 40 minutes in, and we've already. How dare you, sir? That is blasphemy of the highest order. None of that sort of shenanigans going on here. All purely trying to raise money for a very, very good cause. Of course, at Mission Motorsport, part of Race of Remembrance, helping support the armed forces who have put their life on the line so that we don't have to. So we can sit in our pajamas on a Sunday and play sim racing. Doritos, I guess, at 12 o'clock are completely optional. What's your gamer snack of choice then, Dan?
Gamer snack of choice? Oh, that's a... do you know what? Anything
that's
really. I'm not
really
it's weird because now I don't really... weirdly enough, I don't actually get a chance to actually have much downtime when gaming, in terms of gaming anymore. I'm lucky enough that I'm able to do things like this for my for my job and the actual downtime, as it were. It doesn't really sort of, I don't know. I spend my downtime doing other things. I'm in a band, play guitar and that sort of thing. If an absolute snack of choice, Savory or sweet? That's the other thing. You need to break this down. You can't just say one snack because there's multiple categories here. Like crisp, that's in its own category. Chocolate bar, that's a bit different. I think a crisp, I would probably go with. I'm impartial to a nice Dorito. Well, not a singular Dorito, obviously, but several, several in a pack.
Yeah, come on. We need to throw you under the bus on this. What flavour?
Oh, I'm boring. Original or cool performance. I like the cool performance with a dip as well. You got to have the cool performance.
What?
Is that what they call it? I'm sure it's cool.
They're just cool. What?
No, it's cool performance. I'm sure it's called cool performance. Or am I
think you're
rubbish?
making things up. We'll come back to that in a second because we've got Thomas Jack on the back of.
Oh yeah, there's a race going on, isn't there?
I'm sorry, I'm waiting to Google that. There's no such thing. Oh my God, right, the outside of Stowe. That is, what a move from Thomas Jack. That is, just hearing from Race Control, it's a 10-second penalty for Dan Handover for overcomplicating race snacks. That's official there. But what a move from Thomas Jack. We need to get a replay ASAP on that one. That was just ridiculous round the outside. I've got to ask then, Dan, who is Dyson Clay? Because he's given you a big shout out right now, saying that you coach him and that he's really enjoying things.
Oh, brilliant! Oh, thank you. Oh, great to have you on the stream. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky enough also to do some coaching as well. So yeah, and it's great. We've got I coach people in iRacing, ACC. They're the sort of two main ones that I coach. But no, it's really good to have on. So welcome. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope all is going well, and I'm glad that we are. Well, I'm glad that we're liking the coaching. That's always good, isn't it? Always good when that happens. It means that I'm doing an okay job.
Remember that gap to Gravel up in front was 17 seconds. It's now 10 seconds. That's quite impressive. Or 12 seconds, sorry, excuse me. I'm just checking. No, it is 10 seconds, so you've taken 7 seconds out the car in front. Marjan Koderman, though, is wanting to make Regan Mitchell's day go from bad to worse in that OG Aston Martin. We were all excited seeing it, and I think that excitement has now faded away because the car is just not looking like it's going to be up there, and it's going to be yet another McLaren up in the top five. I wonder if we should do a stretch goal if we get 100, somebody donating £100 or something like that we give just every single McLaren on the field a stop go penalty. That would be that right there is I think democracy in action.
Well, that would be. Wouldn't you just have the entire grid in the pits then?
Well, no, because then you'd have Regan Mitchell leading the race.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd rather not, to be honest, as I'm in the McLaren.
Well, I wonder why.
Honestly, the reason that I've taken the McLaren, barring the fact that it seems to be quite a popular car for this event, and it is the team. Yes, I am lucky enough to be to race occasionally for Rocket Simsport and Zansho Simsport as well, and obviously got to represent the brand when possible. I love the McLaren as well. I just love McLaren. I was lucky enough to work there for just under 6 years, and it was an absolutely amazing place, and to be able to represent the McLaren brand as well, along with Zansho and Rocket, when I'm able to, is also fantastic as well. So it's come full circle, really. Actually, it's the McLaren has followed me from having left.
Certainly has, right? This is a replay of the overtake from Thomas Jack then. This is on the run down to Stowe, and he just decides, no, I'm not going to brake there. Hangs it right round the outside. Cav Bud, now that's a little bit of contact on Cav Bud there. Gets it going. I don't think there was any issue with that, but Cav Bud tried to fire it back up the inside, and it wasn't to be. So Thomas Jack, you would think, would have learned his lesson after getting a 10-second penalty for nuking a certain Dan Handover into oblivion there, but nonetheless he gets that position from Cam Bud. In fact, he doesn't. So Cav Bud now is 2 positions ahead of Thomas Jack. So Thomas Jack has had an incident earlier on, and we'll I'll try to get my head around what has happened there to Thomas Jack. and it looks like a little bit of damage on that front right of that car there. So Thomas Jack drops down to 13th position, and that car not looking happy now. In fact, that car looking decidedly second hand and a little bit beat up, as he is about 3.5 seconds behind there. But Dan Handover, though, is catching up to Graval in that number 24, leaps and bounds right now. That was, again, it was about a 10-second gap. It's now down to 7 seconds between Madame Graval and Dan Handover. Here is a replay then of up the inside for the number 22. Oh, this is earlier on then. This is the incident that happened with Ryan Smith, who just sent it up the inside there. And that is exactly why he ended up getting that penalty there. So Ryan is now, where is Ryan? I'm just trying to see here. Ryan Brown is down. In 12th position now. So that's after he's taken that pit stop, very early pit stop, and maybe he's trying to do an undercut there, Dan.
Yeah, possibly. It's a viable strategy. It's an interesting strategy earlier on in this race. But I mean, certainly it's something that's worth trying, isn't it? To be perfectly honest, as I run just a fraction. Why take too much curb on the inside there of Cops?
It's not like we're watching you.
No, not at all. Not that I can see. Yeah, you've got to be a little bit. Cops is a nasty curb, especially in the sim. To be fair as well, like most curbs here are okay. Like you're going through the end of Beckett, you can really sort of lean onto those two curbs there, but Cops, you've got to be careful. The inside of Stowe as well coming up, that's another one you've got to be really careful for, because if you take a little bit too much, the car just goes, no, I'm fine, thanks, and it will just go. There's actually a nasty bump as well. We've got another replay here.
Yeah, so this is the replay with Thomas and Cav Bud there. So let's have a look here what happens. Thomas just on the exit of the corner, spins it all by himself, and that is a very, very awkward conversation for Thomas Jack to be having with himself as to why he's facing a barrier in the wrong way. Rejoins the track and almost gets absolutely destroyed by the Aston Martin that was behind him there of Cav Bud. So yeah, difficult to watch there, but keeps it going and back on the racetrack. Meanwhile, Regan Mitchell doing a fantastic job of trying to hold on to that 5th position there from Marjan Koderman in that 966, the McLaren, putting all sorts of pressure on the Aston Martin. But as you said, Dan, doesn't need to force the move right now. We're about 15 minutes away from our first row of pit stops. In fact, Thomas Jack into the pits and serves his penalty as well. Again, if you're going to make the move, you're going to be able to make it on pace alone, aren't you?
Yeah, you may be able to sometimes as well. That you do have to think, a strategy. I might need to pit earlier here and try and release some air. Because the other thing as well is you do lose a little bit of aero. If you're behind the car and you just can't quite get past them. So at this point here, Koderman will be losing a little bit of aero, and that will also be putting a bit more stress on the front tyres because you're having to work them a little bit harder. So that's something to be conscious of. Is maybe do you try and take a nice pit or take an earlier pit stop, for example, try and get the undercut, the overcut possibly as well. Again, it's tricky. You've got several different ways. If you're confident in being able to sit behind someone and just crack on, well then fair play. But yeah, sometimes you've got to think of alternate strategies as well, especially in a scenario where you feel that you're faster, but you can't quite get the move done. Although I don't think Koderman is really pushing at this point.
Yeah, for sure. So 2 hours 10 left to go, and look at this. Marjan Koderman then side by side pulls it out, and that Aston Martin has got the grunt. Such a deceiving camera angle as the cars come through Abbey, because it does look like the cars are side by side, but realistically Marjan Koderman's quite a way back actually from Regan Mitchell. Regan now get a little bit of breathing room from that McLaren as the gap squashes back up again. The Aston Martin seems to enjoy those long straights there. We've got Victor Borlin into pit lane in that number 1 Porsche as well. So pit stops now coming into play for the majority of the field. Remember, it is a 3-hour race that we've got going on here. So strategy is going to be a very interesting thing to watch as well, because I'm watching Kieran Vidago, who quite honestly just doesn't have the pace to catch up on Robbie Stapleford. Now, what was the way to say is Dyson Clay did ask a question. There was a way to answer it for him. He asked who had the fastest lap of the race so far. Fastest lap so far is 1:58.545 from shock horror, no surprises, Robbie Stapleford out in front. The pace that he has got right now, I mean, he's doing constantly, every single lap is under 2 minutes, whereas the rest of the field is all over 2 minutes. That is a mark of just how fast that car and that driver is.
It certainly is. Yeah, absolutely correct. We do have, very, very is Robbie Stapleford. We know that as well. He took part in the SimGrid World Cup and he was absolutely rapid along with Luca Burt, to be fair. And Robbie's just he's just got something. It's just something about his driving style which just really suits. Although, to be fair, we've done. I've been lucky enough to race with Robbie in a few other sims as well, and Robbie is just quick whatever he drives. He's just got some natural innate ability to just adapt to a sim, which is fantastic as well. If you're able to do that, I mean, kudos to you, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just having a quick peek round and watching some of the other streams here, actually. I've just realised that Robbie Stapleford actually streaming this just now live on YouTube, and he's looking very, very happy down there in the sim. In fact, I think he's actually listening to the comms just now. So yeah, a very, very good afternoon, Robbie. Hope you're enjoying the race, buddy. You're looking very cool, calm and composed, and hopefully we can actually drag you in at some point to have a little chat. But out there in front by at least 18 seconds right now, a commanding lead as we head to the second hour of this race there. The Rocket Simsport machine actually looking like a way to put a lap down. Now, who is that in front? That's the 966, so he's already lapped up to Marej Koderman in 11th place there. So Dan, you need to get a move on because he's coming for you.
I do, to be fair.
Oh, wait, hang on. What's happened there? You're now right behind Madan Graval.
I know, I'm not too sure what's happened here. That's just gone had a little bit of a slow exit there. Traction may have kicked in a little bit too much. I've also got Jan that's just behind me there as well, doing very, very, appreciate what he's doing as well. He's just sort of backing off as well, letting us battle, which is really, really good of him. He is a lap down currently as it stands. If he feels that he is quicker, though, he is within his right to try and unlap. But I think he's doing it, he may be waiting for us to have a bit of a battle and see where this comes up. I've got a little bit of a run, so I might try and have up the inside, a bit of contact there, but we'll gloss over that. Just see how it goes. I'm going to get squeezed a little bit here, I think. Let's get the inside. Try and hold the brakes as much as we can. I have to give a little bit of room. To be fair, though, fair play. Grohl is not giving up, is he? He doesn't want to give this position up. And there we go. So I'll manage to be able to. We'll go single file now. God, that was a bit tense, wasn't it?
Well done. All that and commentating as you make the move as well. That is blooming impressive, I've got to be honest with you. Well done, mate. Well done indeed. So Dan Handover then continues his epic drive, moving up into 7th place. Remember, pit stops are going in circulation just now, so that will probably cycle down to about P9 once that is done. And Dustin Cavbod comes into pit lane as well, and Madan Graval under pressure from Thomas Jack, who is a lap down right now and making a bit of a nuisance of himself. He feels like he is faster right now in that Porsche. A lovely lick of flames out the back of the McLaren, and Dan Handover absolutely tearing away with this one right now. Next charge for you then, Dan. 20 seconds down the road, Oliver Thompson. Game on.
Well, I think we're going to have to give it a go, aren't we? Again, with Grau, just not focus on it too much. As long as I hit the marks. I think looking at the times is around about I believe it's around the 2-minute 1, 2-minute 2s. I think around that sort of pace.
That's about it.
So basically, I just need to keep doing the times that I was doing before, and that gap will slowly start to decrease. Obviously, the fuel is starting to come off now, and now we've got to try and think about a little bit about tyres. We see Jack just behind me. Jack going to try go up the inside. I think again slightly. Well, these are much newer tyres. Tries to give it a go, but Morale is not giving it to him, is it? He's not giving it to him as easy as I thought. At this point, there we go. Actually, the move is conceded there. I think to be fair, from Grau's position, Jack has got some pace, especially with new tyres, I believe, of which Jack has taken as he is coming to the pits. So it'd almost be a necessity just to let it go, I think, to be fair.
Oh, there we go. We've got Robbie Stapleford's stream up on our stream as well. Look at him. He's all happy. He's busy chatting away. I'm presuming he's going to be on the Rocket Sports Discord channel, having a wee chat away with his teammate Luca Berg. They're probably having a wee laugh and I love that. I love the fact that you can just sort of hang out with your mates and have a chill on a Sunday afternoon, and take part at one of the most iconic racetracks here in the UK. So doing a brilliant job there. It is 12:35 over here in the UK. Robbie, obviously, somewhere in Englandshire. Taking part in the race here. I'm not sure where Luke is from. We'll get a shout out from our production team on that one. Same with Kieran as well. But as it stands, I mean, the lap times that Robbie is putting in right now, Dan, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, 1:58.5 is his predicted lap time.
It's just not fair, is it? Really? I don't even know what to say. Robbie, if you can hear. Mate. I mean, to be fair, it's the practice that comes in with that. I mean, really as well, like Robbie does give us, he does get some practice in. But again, he's really, any practice that Robbie does, there's an objective there, and the objective is met pretty much every single time. It's so impressive. It really is. Like I said, Robbie's just on another level, a sim grid. From the Sim Good World Cup in the Split 1, and really mixing with the big boys as well, which is great. And considering, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I can't remember.
There we go. There's 16, a wave from Robbie.
There's a wave. There's a wave. I think Robbie is 16, I believe. It's just there's so much potential.
I'm not being funny, right? But as somebody that's 38, seeing a 16-year-old that is far faster than I will ever be, 15.
He's
right?
15.
So production just adding that sort of rip in just even further, just twist the nail even further. 15, and he is faster than I will ever think about being in my sim racing career, my little amateur sim racing career. That is. Well, there we go. That's a way to cheer up your Sunday, isn't it? Goodness me. Right, Cav Bud, we have to send our commiserations because we've got our first DNF of the race. Cav Bud has had to retire. He's got, I think he's got other commitments elsewhere that he's got to go in. He had to retire and is unavailable for the rest of the race. And huge thank you for Cav for taking part on that one and jumping on. Good afternoon to Carl Stapleford, who has just pointed out, as we said, with that YouTube delay, that Robbie is only 15 years old. So, Dan, how does that make you feel, buddy?
Oh, it's depressing, isn't it? Really?
It really is.
It's. What it goes to show as well is Robbie has got a very, as you said, it's an inherent talent, I think, and it really goes to show that. Well, I think to be fair, with the amount of pace that Robbie has got at this sort of age, anything really, the sky's the limit in terms of especially sim racing, because realistically, you're only going to get faster at this sort of point. I've got Jack. I've just got Jack number 20 right at my chuff, so he's going to try and make the move. He's definitely on a different strategy. He's got more tyres, or he's got new tyres, so I'm just not going to. I'm not going to bother to make the move. He wants to give it a go, so I will simply let him have it. So really good pace from Robbie, and like I said, at such a young age as well. Also equally, Luca Burke. Luca's got some great pace as well, and also another relatively young driver as well. So. Yeah, it's great. I feel old, actually, to be fair. I still think myself...
Dan, how old are you?
I'm only 24, but I still feel really old compared...
That's ridiculous. Mate, I'm 38 years old, and I'm just commentating on guys that are more than half my age.
I know. It is... I'll tell you what it does do, though, as well, is... Jack's had a bit of a moment behind me. That has...
that's an F moment right there. He gets going again. I don't
looked like he went a bit wide.
Yeah, but the yellow flag's brought back in. He gets going again. But like you did just say, Dan, it is exciting because obviously I've got a vested interest in Simsport as being a commentator. I take a great pride in seeing where this community is coming through the good and the bad. And we've made so many leaps forward over the past 2-3 years in the entire community. It doesn't matter what's in, and again, we have to stress this, right? It doesn't matter if you're on a Settle Corsa competition, if you're on iRacing, as Eric Einerson makes a move up the inside on his teammate there. I'm hoping that's not going to come to anything. iRacing, a Settle Corsa competition, if you're on R Factor 2, or even down to the blooming mobile games, Real Racing 4 or whatever it is. That shows how long it's been since I've touched a mobile racing game. If you're on Gran Turismo Sport, or if you're on Forza or whatever, it doesn't matter. The thing I see all the time is this sim is better than this sim, and no, they're not. Every sim has got its own flaws, its own unique things. It doesn't matter, because day in, day out, we're all taking part in our daily races. We're all one big giant community, and where we are now in 2021 is light years away from where we were just 5 years ago, say 2017, 2018, and I can't even begin to imagine where we're going to be in the next couple of years. The level of competition, the level of professionalism, the fact that some of these young lads out there can make livelihoods from this. What an amazing world to be part of now.
Well, certainly so, and let's be honest, it's only going to get bigger, isn't it? It's only going to get bigger. I've noticed as well, a few people have now started coming into the pit lane, so the pit strategies are in, pit stops are in full force now for everyone, as it seems. I'm still managing to go. I've still got a good chunk of fuel left in the tank. This is the other thing, actually, talking about tyres. I imagine that pretty much everyone's taken tyres at this point. The tyres won't last for another stint after this, will they? Because it's been an hour, just over an hour now. I can't imagine the tyres lasting.
I don't think they are. I don't think they're going to be able to do a Perez and absolutely soldier on through them. They can maybe try, but it's such a high-speed circuit. I think this is probably going to be one of the highest tracks for tyre degradation. We'll keep an eye on it, but I would imagine everybody is going to do tyre changes here. So Dan, you're obviously up at the fourth. You've still got a pit stop to do, as we see Dimitri Van Bever having a bit of a moment there, a bit of a wiggle there. When are we thinking about going in?
Well, I'm just going to run as far as I can on this tank. I've got another 6 laps at the rate we're going, I think, so I'm just going to run realistically as late as I possibly can. It's not, obviously, it is going to mean I'm going to have to do a bit of a splash and dash at the end, but that's good because it means that my next pit stop is going to be even shorter. So yeah, realistically, I'm just going to run as far as I can on these this set of tyres. Also means as well that taking a fresh set of rubber compared to everyone else, my tyres are going to be a little bit newer as well. That's going to give me a small little advantage as well. So any advantage that obviously you can gain, it's worth exploiting if you can. And so that's going to be my game plan. Times have come down at the moment as well, so sort of managing the 2-minute 0.7s at this stage. So this is now where we've started to see the tyres are now really starting to work at this low fuel level. You always have this as well in the mid pack, in the mid session, the midway through the stint. The tyres will have a bit of a drop off. They just can't quite cope with the fact of how much fuel that's got on board. You use a bit more tyres up than you do, obviously, with the fuel coming off. And then in the last quarter of the stint, that's when they start to switch on a little bit more. So we're definitely seeing the times come down now with the fuel that's coming on board. Obviously, as soon as we get full fuel on board with new tyres, we're back to square one. But the track is also a bit more rubbered in. That's something to take into consideration as well. So again, as we're going through a few more. I can't believe. Do you know what? An hour and 5 minutes. I can't believe that's gone already. To be honest,
it's flown by, hasn't it? It really, really has flown by. We have had such a blast here at Silverstone for the 2021 online Race of Remembrance. We're going to take a very short commercial break, and we'll be back after this. Here we go then, back to Silverstone. It's Dave Christine, Dan, handover with you for the 2021 online Race of Remembrance. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. We had that very, very poignant and moving service early on this morning, where we started at 11:15, and that took us into the race itself. And as always, a fitting reminder of Dan, why we do this, why we take to the track, whether that is real life if they're down there at Anglesey, or taking part from the comfort of your own home, to pay our respect for those that not just lost their lives but basically gave up pretty much everything to make sure we are able to enjoy the freedoms that we have today.
It's very, very true. I mean, realistically, the world would be a very, very different place if this was not the case. And I think it's something that, as generations go on, we do need to remember it. Arguably it will, especially even my generation, to be fair, mine and Robbie's generation, it is it's not going to be as... It's amazing how quickly everyone, I think, again, we move forward, but we don't forget, which again is exactly why we're doing this sort of event. We really, really, you never want to forget, and you always want to remember, the sacrifices that some people made. But, it's definitely less in the pressing minds of my generation and the likes of Robbie's generation as well. But it is still something that we do have to look back on and think, this is... It was a really, really tough time for a lot of people, and obviously still continues to be today. So, as you say, we do have to make sure that we remember it as best we can.
Yeah, and on part of that as well, I think it exposes just the incredible family mentality that the armed forces has around it. They look after their own. They try their best to make sure that no one is left behind, either on the battlefield or back in civilian life. And I guess that, while we struggle to comprehend the gravity of that, we do our best to do our bit in paying respect, and that's why we are thrilled to be part of events like this. And as we have mentioned all through the stream, if you want to do your bit in helping any way you can simply text the following to 70085. If you text 5ROR, that will donate £5. If you text 10ROR, that will donate £10. And if you donate 20ROR, that will donate £20. And just looking at the fundraising page over on Virgin Money Giving, the official Your ROR 2021 page now has broken through, certainly from last time I checked, broken through the £1,900 mark, just shy of making £2,000 on the Your ROR section. So that is towards a £5,000 target, and I'm pretty sure that we will be able to do our bit to help that well and truly smash through the £2,500 mark. If we can get that to halfway by the middle of the race, that would be absolutely awesome. But Dan, obviously you're taking part in the race, currently up in P4 right now. How long do you think you've got left in the tank?
I've got to finish this lap, I've got one more lap after this, and so I'm happy with how far we've gone. Again, there's no point in fuel saving, I think, for this sort of event. Go it as fast as you can. But yeah, one more lap for me, and then I will be in the pit lane. I'll be taking some tyres, obviously. So yeah, we're doing okay at the moment. It will mean that I will need a splash and dash after, and it also made me think as well that if I'd have just saved that little bit more, possibly a bit more fuel, then the splash and dash may have been even less. But I think as well that there's no point to try and push my luck too much. I've been just got to just crack on as we are at the moment. That's Luca Burke currently leading, and he's about half a lap ahead. and we were just saying as well before we came back on the live stream, Robbie Stapleford pitted, having successfully completed his pit stop with tyres, fuel change, and he still came out 38 seconds in front of me. So it's just, again, I know obviously I've had a couple of incidents, but just the gap that he's managed to create is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's ridiculous pace from Robbie Stapleford on show today as we very rapidly approach the halfway point in this 3-hour race. Good afternoon to fellow commentator Chris Buxton joining us in the YouTube chat as well. He's getting the old Scottish banter on the go, asking me, "How you doing, pal?" I'm doing alright, man. How you doing, pal? Right, round the outside, that was a move and a half from Regan Mitchell. Fight it out then with Marej Koderman in the 966 McLaren. That was a move and a half right there on Marjan Koderman. The Aston Martin still showing that it's got some life in the old girl just yet in the number 69. It's great to see this older V12 Aston Martin still kicking it with the big ones, isn't it?
Oh, massively. It's great to see. It is really, really great to see this this car. It's absolutely fantastic. And yeah, like I said, hopefully we get to see this, in more races to come. So no, I'm very, very excited to see the old V12 still kicking about, because it's just one of the best sounding cars on the grid, isn't it? Still not as good as a flat six, I don't think, but it's certainly not far off.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on with that one. So it'd be interesting to see how this race develops. And Dan, into the pits then. Do you remember an hour ago when you said that this was just you were going to be taking things easy and just chilling, and now suddenly you're looking at potentially getting a top 5 out of this? Has your mindset changed at all?
I suppose a little bit. Obviously, I'm trying to make sure I just keep everything in check. But yeah, at the same time, I've got to be, I've got to sit there and take everything with a pinch of salt. We are obviously, not even halfway through yet, so a lot can happen as Regan Mitchell now just goes past me. So obviously we've already taken that position. I just need to plug away at some. I just need to plug away. I can't afford to simply let off. I have to just keep doing what I'm doing, but also as well to a point where I'm controlled.
Yeah, here we go then. Luca Berg into pit lane as well just now in the 23, so that is going to hand the lead back to Robbie Stapleford. It's going to be a longer stop, I've heard from Luca Berg, because of an emergency hardware change. That is a polite term for he needs to nip to the loo for these things happen. Look, these are real issues that sim racing drivers have got to face here, Dan. And we get the luxury in the commentary booth of having ad breaks.
Well, you do. I don't at the moment. I've got to. I'm still sitting there. I've got to crack on. I have to refrain from my natural urges. Yeah, but I mean, at the moment, I've just come up. Annoyingly, I've actually had a slow stop. I was pressing the wrong button for my ignition starter, so I was sitting there going, "Why is it not going?" And that would be the reason, because I was pressing the wrong button. So that was a quick realization. So I've dropped probably about maybe 3 or 4 seconds because of that. I'm never good at pit stops in ACC, and I think the team will testify to that. I am absolutely rubbish when it comes to pit stop, because normally in iRacing, I'm basically. And iRacing, I'm lazy. It all does it for me. I can jump in after the pit limiter, it comes in, brilliant, tyres all done, sweet, engine doesn't turn off. Whereas obviously in ACC, which is certainly more realistic, I have to sit there and do everything myself. And it's certainly, I'm actually being pressured by Graval as well, because he's got tyres that are all warmed up and up to temperature, and I'm sitting there with tyres that are still stone cold.
Yeah, so as we see, Luca Berg now still just making his way out of pit lane now, so you could be making some hay while the sun shines there. And I'm trying to figure out now, does that mean then, Dan, that you are, let me work this out, does that mean you're a lap down?
No, I don't think I'm a lap down.
It's just, it's because you've not gone through the timing beam yet.
I'm
just
far off.
having a look at where the 22 is just now. You really aren't actually. Goodness me, that's quite intimidating, isn't it? You've been driving to the best of your ability, and you're under quite a lot of pressure because have a look behind you.
I know, I have seen that. I have seen who is behind me. I'm certainly not going to be. I'm not going to be getting involved.
Do it. Send it. I dare you to absolutely send it.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to be fighting. We've got a back marker ourselves, which both to navigate through. Hey, Robbie, as you go, mate. Off you pop. And there we go. That was a bit of a. I might need a new. Change of underwear or some description of something in. I mean, to be fair, Faye Blake has Van Bever sort of like pushed it to the outside, and I was like, okay. Robbie was certainly committed. I think he has. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say about that.
Wow, that was quite the move, and obviously now you get put a lap down, but you're still in the hunt because you're still chasing down Oliver Thompson and Luca Berg. So, I mean, that top 5 chase. I mean, you've got the tyres. You can just get on with it now.
Yeah, I just got to make sure. I mean, again, another depressing event. Robbie's already pulled about a second and a half of me, which is just absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, I just need to again just run what I need to run. Having new tyres is nice. Any crash going out of Magnum Beckett because I was not expecting the car to rotate when it did. Which again, I suppose there are worse problems to have. Yeah, gap from it at the moment though, it's pretty much stagnated to Thompson. It's about 19.5 now from me. So all I need to do now is again just plug at the laps. I think a low 2 minute I think is probably the pace that I would need now. With these new tyres, that might be possible. If I can get into the 59s, great. If not, I'm not overly fussed about it too much.
Yeah, for sure. An hour and 40 minutes left to go. We rapidly approach the halfway point in the race today, the 2021 Race of Remembrance online here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's currently Robbie Stapleford from Kieran Vidago, then Leon Hopp in third position, Regan Mitchell, in fourth position, and then Marjan Koderman in fifth, with Luca Berg in sixth position, Oliver Thompson down in seventh, Dan Handover, our very own Dan Handover, our common racer, as we had pointed out there from, I think it was Clay, wasn't it, that had mentioned that earlier on. That's your new title, you're a common racer now. In 8th position, we've then got Gruel down in 9th. We've got Victor Borland in 10th position. Thomas Jack in the Porsche down in 11th. Eric Einerson in 12th position. Bruin O'Sullivan in 13th. Voigt van der Voort in 14th position. Daniel Van Bever in 15th. And then Chovito in 16th. At back of the grid. Great to see still going on. Still got 16 cars on the grid. Although that is another car I think we've got going, because we had 18, we're now down to 16 here.
Yeah, down to 16, so a couple of drop-offs, but again, nothing major. It's still good to see everyone still continuing to run along. And yeah, we were talking about this, weren't we, that this small sort of change, well, I say a small change, actually it was a change going from a team 6-hour event to a solo 3-hour event. I think it's really, really worked, isn't it? And it's almost... fortunes have gone in our favour, I think, and it's actually become it was going to be an enjoyable event anyway, let's be honest, but it's become possibly even more of an enjoyable event. Yeah,
it absolutely has, and Robbie Stapleford is going to be one of those drivers you've got to say that's very much enjoying the event more than almost everybody else, given the fact that he has put a lap down almost everyone up to Oliver Thompson in the number 76, who is just about 17 seconds up the road from him. He'll be chasing him down at a rate of knots, but obviously coming up to this halfway point in the race, Dan, and we've gone on about it being it's a fun race, as Eric Einerson has a 5-second penalty, and that's a different one from what he had earlier on. This is a fun race. Is that actually a thing for sim racers on this level, as we see one of the Mercedes up in front? Is that Einerson? Oh, and Marjan Koderman takes to the grass. I'm trying to figure out what on earth is going on. Oh, that's the race leader, I think. That's Robbie Stapleford, who's come through. And both cars in front, Dan, literally taken to the grass. Emergency evasive action to let him through.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, it looks. I think Robbie's on his own at the moment. He's just got ahead of me. I'm just about to take O'Sullivan as well. I'm currently just about to, just pass O'Sullivan as he gets on the moment, which is very nice of him.
It wasn't. That was Luca Berg for position.
Was it Luca Berg? Yeah.
Yeah, up in the 5th, but Marjan Koderman just took to the grass. So I wonder, maybe he spun the car.
Yeah.
But he just, that McLaren just went flying through.
Quite possibly. Very, very true. Well, I mean, lots of things can happen there. Could just been, again, a little bit of a wiggle going through and a bit of an overcorrection, for example, possibly. Also be, that could be it. Again, there's lots of things that it could be, to be fair. But still right on board as we now switch to Regan Mitchell. P4 running through. Luca Burke, though, a couple of seconds behind. Look at that. So Luca Burke still, after his quick nature calls break, is still very much on the cards for a P4 and possibly even once again a P3.
Yeah, very much a recovery drive from Luca Burke after that extended pit stop there. But again, Regan Mitchell in that to Aston Martin with a sniff of the podium. He's up into 4th position, and given that he was away down to 6th, he'll be absolutely delighted with that one, Dan.
Why is Robbie in the pits? Oh, no, ignore me. No, sorry, I just wondered what happened there, but no, it's because another driver... Yeah, just ignore me, sorry. I had my heart...
Are you okay there?
Yeah, I sorry, I just... I don't really know what I was talking about there. I sort of had a quick look, and I think I glanced midway through a corner, nearly crashed, and then went, oh, no, hang on a minute. Actually, no, ignore that. So, yeah, it wasn't the best driving for me, to be perfectly honest. I don't really... Regan Mitchell, though, it's still plugging it away. I mean, I'm staggered, and I absolutely love the fact that this Aston V12, what is probably, a very agricultural car now to GT3 standards, because this car is getting on for, 10 years old now, it must be?
Yeah, very much the case, and it makes it more interesting because obviously with the 2019 Evo models of the cars and the 2020 models of the cars coming out, the older models they've kind of been not shown as much love anymore, have they? They've been left to the relics almost.
Yeah, it's. I mean, arguably the McLaren hasn't seen an Evo model. If we are ever going to see an Evo model actually with this 720. That remains to be seen. But yeah, I really I'm not 100% sure at the moment. But yeah, as you were saying, the Evo cars are definitely showing more love for 100%, and it is a bit of a shame, because we obviously want to make sure that everyone gets involved and we have all cars that are still trundling along. But we've seen this as well before. Obviously, we were commentating earlier on. Was it last week? Was it last week at Monza? We were having a good aspect and a good race watching the GT3s battle into GTRs were getting there. That was absolutely fantastic. What was happening?
Hang on. Never mind that. What is actually... Oh my God, it's Luca Burke just absolutely out of nowhere has completely sent it up into... well, the thing is, it wasn't really a send. It was just the fact that Luca Burke suddenly looked away and then he's right behind Regan Mitchell. Takes the position, Luca Burke up into 4th position. But never mind that. Mr. Handover, what are you playing at? 1:59.937. And you've taken that gap to Oliver Thompson. There was 20 seconds, and it's now about 14 seconds. That top 5, you're definitely going for it, because once you catch him, it's now 13 seconds. Once you catch Oliver Thompson, then it's another 16-second charge to Marjan Koderman, and then who knows what's possible actually at that point.
Well, I think we can probably safely say that that's where it sort of ends. Yeah, I mean, a top 5 possibly cards. Again, I'm really not sure at this point. You just got to sort of take every lap as it goes. The new tyres are really working well. I made a couple of little tyre adjustments, a couple of pressure adjustments, which seemed to work. I was running a little bit low on the right-hand side on the third. Not too much. We're talking like 0.2, 0.3. But again, any change is, any minor little adjustment there can also help as well. So, yeah, I made some setup, small little tyre pressure adjustments, and it seems to have worked. Yeah, I think we just need to keep plodding on. But yeah, let's just take one position at a time and take one lap at a time. Well,
there we go. Just actually thinking, what we'll do, Dan, is once you come down the straight there, down into the final couple of corners there, down through Brooklands and into Luffield, let's actually go on board with Dan. And if you're up for it, why don't you talk us through the lap here?
Well, we can certainly try. Well, let's give it a go. So, coming out of Luffield, you've got to make sure you get a good exit here and set yourself up turn 1. Now, turn 1, Cops, bit of a tricky example. You've got to take a good amount of speed and carry that momentum through the corner, lean down into Magnus Beck. It's braking around the sort of 50 board. Pitch the car in. The car will want to slide, but you need to just stabilise that, let the car push through the corner. Going out to Magnus Beckett's, again, a good amount of pace you can take through here. You've got to be committed, though. If you're not committed, you'll end up, that's when it all goes a little bit wrong. Down into 4th, over the curb if you can. And then as you're going through here, you don't want to turn in too early for the latter half. You want to wait for the car to come down, clip the curb a little bit a later apex than you naturally would expect, and then you can utilise that curb as well. You can get over the curb on the inside. You don't want to do it too much, though. That's the only thing. down into Stowe. You've got a bit of breathing space here, down, going into Stowe corner. Again, braking around about, just about Carling before the curb. And again, a bit of a later apex. Keep that throttle off until you get through majority of the way through the corner. Heavy braking zone, down into Vale and Club. Again, braking just before the curb. It's got some nice reference points here. You take it in first gear, then a short shift up to second, just to bring the car out wide. This, going through the last corner of the new circuit, is flat out. Might not be if your tyre's a little bit older, but again, you've got to be cautious of that. A small brush of the brake here. You just want to blend it on almost. You don't want to be too much. You just let the car settle. As soon as you get through to the apex, hit the car. Turn 2 for the new circuit is flat. And then coming through in one of the newer complexes again, utilising the curb on the left-hand side to brake. Down into first gear. As we go through down into Farm Curve, I believe this one is. This is one of the trickiest corners on the circuit, especially for a single screen, because it's completely blind. Again, get the exit down. You can lean on the track control a little bit. You've got a bit of breathing space here once again, going down the secondary straight coming to the last couple of corners, Brooklands and Luffield. You've got to take a slightly interesting line. You have to sort of sit in the middle of the circuit. Imagine there's 2 turning points here. There's your first one, and as you come round, there's your second one as well. I went a little bit wide there, so we can just ignore that slightly. Luffield, take a curb on the inside, hug the inside, let the car wash out wide, wait for it to rotate, and then you can get on the throttle. Bit of a wiggle, but as long as you keep that car composed, you can sit on that throttle all the way through. And again, going through Woodcote, completely flat. You can take the curb if you want to, and that is a 159.7. There we go. That's a lap of Silverstone for me.
I actually hate you. That was just ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, a live onboard lap, a live, massively competitive onboard lap there with Dan Handover, and just talking us through it like it's no deal whatsoever. That is 159. Are you actually kidding me? That is right. Let's put that into perspective, Dan. That is faster than Oliver Thompson in front of you by 2.3 seconds. Faster than Marjan Koderman by 1.7 seconds. Faster than Regan Mitchell by 1.8 seconds. Now, do you want to tell me that top 5 might not be?
Again, there's lots can happen yet, though. I've just had a look. There's a long way to go. We are half, and again, anything can happen in that hour and a half. So, I want to keep reserve, I think is the best way to put it. But having had a couple of months out of ACC, I do miss it. It's a very, very enjoyable sim. And again, to drive the McLaren, I miss it, because you don't have the option to drive the 720S in iRacing, which is a bit of a shame. You have the opportunity to drive the MP4, which is, again, by modern GT3 standards, quite an old car, isn't it, to be fair?
It's positive granddad of GT3 machinery. It's proper ancient, the MP4, sorry, the MP12. But I've got to be honest. I think even was it the 650S and the 720S, and those two, I think combined, those two cars are so refined compared to the MP12. The MP12 was just an absolute brute of a machine. I don't think they found their way until they got to the 650 and the 720. So great to see them back on form and absolutely dominant in this race right now. But let's have a look here as Leon Hopford Grid Finder Racing then 16 seconds behind Kieran Vidago, who by himself is about 20 seconds at least, maybe 25 seconds behind Robbie Stapleford here. So we've hit the halfway point in the race then. We've got an hour and a half to go. We've done an hour and a half, and a absolute testament to every single driver still on this grid for holding in. I believe we might even have another one trying to join in very, very shortly. Absolute Media says that they're going to be having a little go on this, Dan. So as we said, that gap to you to Oliver Thompson now 6 seconds. Come on, how in the space, Dan, of 5 laps can you take 14 seconds out of a car in front, who ironically is 13 seconds behind the car Marjan Koderman in front as well?
The car seems to be working at the moment. I think let's put it that way. To be honest, and again, I know it's a very cliche thing to say, I'm not 100% sure. I genuinely, this is not me being look at me, but I wasn't expecting to be of this this sort of pace. I didn't expect to be as comfortable as I am, but again, I'm comfortable. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm overly fast. Obviously, Robbie's just ridiculous. That's on a completely another level. So is Luca Burke. The top 3 are just absolutely insanely fun. This actually does sort of touch on a point as well. If you know, in terms of coaching, comfortable tends to lead to, you know, to pace essentially. If you're not comfortable, there's a pretty good chance that you're not going to be at your optimum pace, because you're going to be that little bit, just going to be too worried. You're not going to be 100% sure on what the car's going to do, and you're always going to be a bit hesitant. If you're comfortable, even if it's at 90% of what you feel the actual maximum paces of the car, that's still better, because you know that you can hit that lap comfortably. In testing, you can then push past that barrier, but ultimately, comfortable is it's one of the first things we always look at in terms of coaching, is we've got to make sure that you're comfortable first. Once we're there, we can get some consistent laps, then we can start to build the pace up.
Yeah, a brilliant point, well made there, Dan. And I'm just pausing for a minute to just kind of get my head around what exactly we're seeing up in front of us as Leon Hopp takes the wide line. I think that is Daniel Van Bever in the 59 machine. And what always surprises me, Dan, is the level of consistency that drivers are able to put in lap after lap. As you were saying there, you've got a lap time that you're able to achieve quite comfortably, and there's no real reason to push past that unless you're actually charging down. But all the way through, and again, you mentioned talking about a cliche. One of the cliches that I always talk about is, like, no matter where you are on the track, you've got somewhere and someone that you can fight with, and that genuinely seems to be the place or the case here today. And the other thing is, one of the things that we do, obviously we've worked together on numerous different championships, and we've seen quite a lot of, there's a word that I could use, but I'm not going to say it. We've seen a lot of things. We've seen a lot of action in the sim racing world. And the one thing that, and again, I'm touching the desk here, is the fact that while this has been a fun race, the drivers haven't been taking liberties, and it's not been an absolute wreckfest, because it's always a fear, because this is a race where we're having fun and we're here gathered to pay our respects and do it in a very, a prim and proper way. We don't want to devolve it into a destruction derby, and thankfully that's not what it's been. And it's getting my head around, whereas this is supposed to be a fun race, and yet it's been one of the cleanest races I think I've had the privilege of commentating on the past 6 months, and yet we're still seeing incredible pace, incredible action, and it's not been short of overtaking and drama, as we see Victor Borland on the back of the 24 McLaren there of Gruwell. And for me, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it, Dan? Because if they can drive at this level and not cause chaos to each other, why do you think they can't do it in other championships?
I think, to be honest, we've got to think of this as it's a different event. Like, it's not an event that you would be necessarily thinking, like, in regards to, everyone's going to take it. Everyone is taking it a little bit easy.
Hang on. Did you actually just do that while pulling a move on Oliver Thompson there? just like, yeah. So, guys, I think really what's happening here, as you absolutely murder a Mercedes, and I mean that time-wise. Obviously, there was no contact whatsoever there, but how are you doing this, Dan? I mean, you've said obviously you don't know because you've got confidence in pace in the car, but for me, this question's on a multitasking level. Like, how are you able to be able to put in the consistency and the lap times that you are, and still be relaxed enough to have a conversation about it?
To be honest, the thing that luckily I was able to do, I did streaming. I don't do as much streaming now. Again, I simply don't have time, which is a shame, because I really enjoy it.
Sorry to jump in, Dan, but this involves you as well. Marjan Koderman in the 966 gets a 10-second penalty. Ooh. So that essentially hands things to you anyway. Now your eyes surely have to be on Regan Mitchell in 5th.
Well, I'm not too sure as well. What's happening here? This is still Borland as well, having a good old tussle here. That's just had a bit of a moment. Just ignore me.
There you go,
yeah, so there you go.
confirmation. The 966 getting a 10-second penalty for collision with a back marker. So yeah, that'll be why. Remember, I said that Koderman was suddenly had let Luca Berg come through.
Yes.
I bet that was where the collision was, and that's why Luca Berg was able to just fly through.
Right. Well, there we go. Well, there you go. So the information came to us eventually. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, certainly. Again, you've got to be. You've got to be conscious of that. Again, this is what I'm talking about. Anything can change. It can really, really change. Based on a lap by lap basis. And we've seen there's an hour and 22 minutes left to go. Well, we might see some more quite drastic changes moving forward, even in the last 10, 15 minutes. Obviously, we've got one more round of pit stops to be conscious of as well. Yes, to be fair, just going back to what you mentioned there, David, I did stream. I was lucky enough to do a lot of streaming for around about a year and a half, I think, to be fair. I did streaming, and that was obviously talking to audiences. I say audience, it was about 7 people, but you're still talking to people, having conversations, and to start with, particularly great. It felt very unnatural. Just I didn't feel competitive, didn't really feel safe as well, which is why I used to start doing a lot of testing first while chatting with people, and then in the race I wasn't talking as much, and then it started to get just a bit more confident. I think that's just where it's helped. It's certainly just by doing that, just by streaming and being able to talk with people and race as well. Wasn't an overnight thing. Like I said, that was the best part of 2 years of streaming. That's why that's probably what I can attest to that.
Well, it's keeping us entertained nonetheless, Dan, so we're very, very much grateful for you providing us that insight. This is back with Kieran Vidago for SSRI Racing, and second place there. A great job from Kieran Vidago in the McLaren that was joked about earlier that he's found his new car. You wouldn't put it past him because he's looking very, very comfortable in this McLaren. Robbie Stapleford, as we keep saying, off on a completely different planet. But Leon Hopp now 20.4 seconds behind second place and dropping as well. And I wonder actually if Luca Berg is going to try and make some moves on Leon Hopp over the next 30 minutes or so. That gap coming down very, very slightly, but it does look like the gaps that are coming down by maybe say 3 to 4/10 of a second on that one there. So Dan, you're let's say closing in on Marjan Koderman. I think that's another 2 seconds a lap you've taken out of him over the past lap here. But an hour and 20 to go. Thank you very much for everyone who has joined us on the Race of Remembrance 2021 online stream. This is part of #YourROR, where you're invited to take part in any challenge you can think of to be part of the Race of Remembrance community. Head over to missionmotorsport.org/ROR for more information, not just on this, but on the real life event that is happening as well, as the number 20 brings out a yellow flag. That is Thomas Jack. Again, that's going through Maggots and Beckett's. But head over to missionmotorsport.org/ROR for more information on this, as well as the event that they're holding in real life in Anglesey as well. That is coming to the final couple of hours of the race. There we go. That is the live stream then from Anglesey. And I was actually, Dan, 2 years ago, was it 2 years ago? Maybe it was 3 years ago now. No, it was 2 years ago, I think. Was due to be taking part in that as part of Team Flying Haggis Racing. It didn't happen. Unfortunately, the car wasn't able to make its way down to Anglesey. But an incredible community spirit with the race and with all of the drivers and teams that take part in this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic event, and yeah, one of the. I'd love to get back onto a race circuit again, even just for a test days. We see that's looks like a Caterham. It could look to be an old Academy car. I was lucky enough to work on.
That's the Caterham. Yeah, that's the Caterham 270R of Rocket Racing that you saw there.
There we go.
What have we got here? This is who are we on board with? Is this Robbie Stapleford that we're on board with? Oh, he's got an alien with a cap. But I'm not. Oh right, okay, I've just got it. Sorry, it's Sunday and I'm really slow, but I've just got it. Right, sorry, Dan. I'm just. Yeah.
I'll be there.
We are there. We got there eventually. I've got a cup of coffee as well, and right. Let's have a look at this and let's glean as much information as we can as his best laps. I'm trying not to use language that shouldn't be used here, but a 157.8, I mean, come on, I struggle to do a 2-minute around here at Silverstone GT3 machinery, but right, let's see what we can. So, tyre pressures, he's on, what's that, his 30th set of dry tyres, 27.2 all around, so the tyre pressures are pretty nominal. He's only running 2 out of 12 traction control and 3 out of 12 on ABS. But what I'm noticing is that he is really redlining that car quite something. Whereas maybe I'd be more tempted to jump up into a gear. He's happy to run the rev limiter for a little bit.
Yeah, it's something what you want to do, to be fair. You want to try and rev that car out as much as you can. The McLaren's got good top end in the gearbox. And you do end up losing more time if you don't. So yeah, you've got to be a little bit, that's one of the things to obviously keep an eye on, and you can, lose. It's probably not, we're talking maybe about a 10th across the entire lap, but a 10th is a 10th every lap. I mean, that certainly makes a difference, So you just got to be, have a look at the throttle inputs and the braking inputs as well. It's just the braking, mainly the transition. It's committed on the braking. You'll see that as we're going into heavy braking. You'll see the brake transition is instantaneous. It's almost like a light switch. Again, they're talking about this from a, coaching perspective. And what we normally say to people as well is, in a road car, obviously you're trying to drive. If you were to do this sort of braking style on the road, you'd annoy your passengers very, very quickly, as well as everyone else around you on the road. But in a racing scenario, well, you've got to try and reduce the distance as much as you possibly can from the throttle to the braking application, and the shorter that you can make that, the better your braking distance is going to be, and the shorter you'll be able to, the shorter the braking distance, the later you'll be able to brake. So you've got it's all these little things where I know obviously Robbie doesn't even drive, which doesn't even he won't be able to drive legally on the 2 years or a year and 10 months or whenever his birthday is. But yeah, you've got to change some things. You can actually, take away from the, from the sim world to the real world. Not necessarily on a road, but certainly on a track. Yeah, it's just the inputs as well. That's one of the key things there. It's the inputs are very, very. They're short and they're sharp where they need to be.
And I always wonder. I wonder if that's why we see a handful of racers who are on controller. I wonder if that's why they flourish, because they're able to give those very short, sharp inputs very, very quickly. It's it's a different one, to be sure, because obviously there's a lot of controversy because drivers on controllers aren't commonly allowed into a lot of the high-level esports competitions because it's all about immersion and you've got to be on a wheel and things like that. But Dan, just very quickly touching on that, on control, like people who use controllers, it almost beggars belief the speed that some of them can achieve from the cars on a control system that seems fairly alien to the majority of sim racers.
Yeah, well, it's just what you get used to, isn't it? To be honest, it's what you're used to on the sim, or what you're used to driving directly relates to what you're able to drive with. I raced on a controller back in the days of Forza. I was very heavily in the controller. I didn't have the space for a rig or anything then, and I was a Forza fanboy for a long time because of my age. So I wasn't actually involved too heavy within that side of sim racing. I was still doing league racing, so in relatively high profile league events within the Forza community, but obviously nothing compared to obviously the likes of iRacing, etc., etc. It's just what you get used to. It took me a while to I eventually did get myself a PC, I did eventually get myself a wheel for Forza and Forza Motorsport, and it took me a while to get used to it, to be perfectly honest. Just adapting. Bear in mind, obviously I wasn't driving also at the time, again because of my age, but yeah, it's just whatever you get used to, and if you get used to something, it just tends to it tends to stick with you. Going back to a control now would just be completely alien to me. I'd be like, well, what's going on here? And again, that's where the younger generation, I think, as well come through. That was a bit of a squeaky bum moment for them. That was, the younger generation are able to adapt, I think, and this is certainly something that I'm not able to do even as much. And I'd say I'm still young in that sort of sense, but again, for the likes of Robbie would arguably be able to adapt to a change such as that a lot quicker, just simply because of age and the fact that young people tend to be able to adapt to things quicker.
I also, one of the things that excites me for the next generation as well is how quickly they're adapting themselves to the more technical aspects of driving a car, whether that's in real life or in sim racing as well. And from a time as a commentator at Knockhill, one of the things that I noticed was you see these junior drivers, they'll go out on the track for a session, like a practice session. First thing they'll do out the car is jump out the car and have a look at the laptop, have a look at the telemetry data, have a look at the setup data, where they can improve, where they're losing time. And a lot of these pro sim racers as well, Dan, I don't know if you've got much experience of this, having a look at the telemetry data, having a look at their hot lap data, seeing where they're losing time. But not just that, starting to get either a basic to a fundamental understanding of the car setup and exactly the differences that these little changes make.
100%. It is very, very excuse me. It's very, very crucial now is telemetry, and arguably, I have used telemetry. I don't use telemetry as much as I probably should, to be fair. But I've sat down with with the amazing engineers that we have in Zancho and Rocket, and we've established some fundamental things that I have been doing wrong. We've adjusted them. It's all worked, in that sort of favour there. So, there are things that you can pick up, and arguably, there's no. I think the key thing here as well is I don't think there's really any reason why someone cannot be at the pace of someone else. It's just simply the time in which you can put in. Obviously the professional top people of the likes of VRS, etc. Well, it's what they do for a living. They're able to plug in 30 hours of driving a week, which is absolute madness for me. But again, that's just the way that it tends to go. And if you're able to put the time in, then obviously you have a higher chance of obviously finding some pace, or at least finding or getting to an additional pace quicker. Whereas someone that isn't able to spend as much time, they still, again, there's no reason why they can't get to the same pace. It would just take them significantly longer if they're not able to plug in 6-7 hours a day like some professional sim race.
And that actually brings up, Dan, a brilliant point, is that obviously in real life motorsport, and since we're talking about the comparisons between real life and sim racing, age is a dominant factor. If you're getting into motorsport over 30, like I did, then your only real options are club motorsport or as a paid gentleman driver. And regardless of age and gender, sim racing really opens its doors to everyone. So, for example, one of the series that I commentate on, More Female Racers, one of the racers there, Beata Bohenska, we had a conversation afterwards, and she was saying, thank you for doing the series, where someone like her, a woman in her late 40s, can take part to it. She got into sim racing in March and is now on pace with drivers that are much younger than her, and it completely throws open the question, what is stopping anyone getting involved competitively in sim racing? I joke about myself being a slow sim racer, but that's only because I don't have the time to invest to actually bring myself up to speed. And again, part of that is also, I just don't want to get into the whole competitive nature and dedicate that time to it. But the physical aspect of sim racing to real life racing isn't there. One of the things that's often said about from real real life racers as a detraction about, oh well, you can't feel the G-forces, you don't get the same sensations. Good. That means that you're not risking spending tens of hundreds of thousands of pounds in damage bills racing a GT3 car around the track. You can have the confidence, you can have fun, you can enjoy what you're doing, and not have to fight against G-forces that are pushing you around. So surely nowadays the door has never been more open, Dan.
Oh, 100%. You know, you're absolutely right. The door has been, you know, well and truly sort of jammed open and up to open up, you know, which is great. As you say, we're getting more and more people being involved, you know, every day in sim racing. Arguably, you know, obviously one of the more, you know, one of the positive things, one of the only positive things to come out of COVID was, you know, sim racing exploded in popularity. All the real world motorsport just sort of ceased to exist for about 18 months or at least 12 months. And yeah, it allowed everyone to, you know, explore, because there was always that stigma, wasn't there? There's always that stigma of sim racing, and I think there always will be there. It can't be compared, I don't think. You can't directly compare sim racing to real world motorsport. You can compare it in certain aspects in terms of the competitiveness, etc., but you can't do a direct comparison. It just isn't, it simply doesn't work. But you are able to, you know, give yourself a good foundation to some people that simply can't, are unable to get into racing, into real world motorsport, again, maybe due to age, finances, etc. You know, they've still got an equally accessible thing, and arguably a much easier accessible thing, that you don't have to spend, you know, hundreds of thousands of pounds to enter, and as you say, in a very competitive format as well. And we're seeing this more. Yeah, there's 800 million people worldwide that play racing games. Around about that figure, 800 million people. We're talking, you know, that's everything. That is is broad scope, you know, 800 million people, almost 1 billion people, and that will continue to grow as well. The market is just, it's still a very niche market in its sense, especially with of what we're doing, you know, in competitive racing leagues, etc. But still, and it's only going to increase. So arguably, it's, as you say, it's just going to become more accessible, which is great news for us because it means that we have more commentating opportunities.
It absolutely does. It's and that actually brings up a slight tangent as well. And I would never have imagined. I was talking to Mike Yao behind the scenes at Simsport Racing International. Huge thank you as always for the amazing pictures as we see the Porsche moving around the outside there. That is a lap down, I believe. That is Thomas Jack that's just making his way round past Oliver Thompson there, trying to undo some of the damage that has been done to that Porsche there. I don't know about yourself, Dan, but I mean the opportunities that we've had over the past 2 years, it's just been crazy. So I started obviously as a commentator up at Knockhill, and for me as a sim racing commentator, I'm finding myself that I am enjoying esports events far more than I did as a real life commentator. I do enjoy doing real life commentary, but the esports, you know, the whole esports arena, the whole the fact that I do all these events on a set course of competition, and I get to know all of the names and the drivers and the people that are taking part and the community, whether it's on a set course of competition, R Factor 2, iRacing, or whatever. It really gives you an understanding of just what these drivers are putting up at every single stage.
Yeah, you know, and 100%, that will just continue to go, I think. I don't think sim racing will never be as we just go to live pictures again of the old Citroen C1s. That's I mean, in saying that, actually, it's a fair point to us. You know, motorsport is becoming more accessible in a way. It's cheap in relative terms. You know, to do a full season in a Citroen C1, if you were to do, for example, like an arrive and drive package, you're still probably looking at, you know, nigh on, providing you don't bend anything, you're still looking at around about £8,000, probably even more than that, to do an arrive and drive season. You know, it's cheap in motorsport terms. However, certain series, again, you know, if you're doing it to just an entry level to simply just to run, you're still in, you know, the MX-5 series. It is become expensive. It has become more expensive, which is a shame. And that will just continue to go up as well. That's a Morgan Aero 8. That's not an Aero 8, but it's a Morgan of some description. Again, it's really nice to see these sort of different cars, being able to crack around. That's a Citroen C1. They're coming in the pits. The 17. Can't quite see who that is, but you actually, obviously, David, you've driven the Citroen C1s, haven't you? They must be a ride to drive.
They are. When you get them in a group, as see one of the marshals there, actually from Knockhill, it's Cat McCann, watching fastidiously over the 417 there in pit lane. Yeah, the C1s are an amazing little car to drive. So done them at the Silverstone C1 24-hour, but I've also driven the Peugeot 107, which is essentially it's the same car. So the Peugeot 107, the Citroen C1, and the Toyota Aygo from 2004 to 2012 are identical cars. Now this is such a cool little car here. This is the guys from Bad Obsession. They built this little C1 as part of a YouTube series. If you've not seen this, we will get back to our sim race in just a second, but I love that car. That car is responsible for me losing £10,000 this year. So I've spent about maybe $6,000 on getting my little Toyota. My little Peugeot 107 into the race and getting it up to spec and things like that. So you were talking about the expense of motorsport, and motorsport it will be expensive in relative terms, but what you've got to put that into terms of, you are out on a real track with other real drivers, and you're paying money for the privilege to do that, and that's always why I've liked sim racing. And yes, sim racing won't ever give you the buzz of being out there in real life racing, but this is a topic that never ever gets talked about as well. Sim racing doesn't give you the fear of real life racing as well. So with sim racing, you can just absolutely give it what we say up here in Scotland. You can give it laldy if you like. You can just put that boom pedal down, and you can feel like an absolute rock star. Whereas in motorsport, especially on arrive and drive packages, if that car is not yours, there is a little voice in the back of your head saying, don't you do anything to this car, don't you bend it, don't you dare think about even go, and that affects your performance, that affects your ability to drive it to the absolute edge. And to be competitive in any of these championships, we can't say this about Race of Remembrance, because Race of Remembrance isn't like that. It isn't a championship. It is a race, and yes, everybody is going for it, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's more about the service. It's more about just being here and being part of the sort of community effort. But to be competitive in real life racing, you absolutely have to drive the car to way beyond that was ever intended to actually be done, and you cannot do that. I don't think you can do that properly on an arrive and drive, because for most drivers who are maybe first year in motorsport, they're going to be too afraid to even think about pushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always got to be even if it is your car in the real world motorsport, you've always got that. There's always something at the back of your head going, are you sure, sir? You always do have to.
And that voice was very quiet for me this year, Dan. I can absolutely assure you. I was hoping it was going to be quite loud, but it was very, very quiet as we see Leon hop into the pits. I was at Oulton Park, and it really shocked me actually when I watched the footage back, just how not aggressive I was as a driver. But so my car was really down on power. We still never got to the bottom of why it was, whether it was an engine thing or whether it just wasn't getting enough air in through the filter or whatever. But on a straight line, it was very compromised, and a lot of the cars were just passing me in a straight line. So I was having to make lunges into corners and watching back and thinking, yeah, that's a little bit sketchy there. You're just kind of, and you think of what goes wrong. And I did make contact with another car early on in the season, and since then I've never pushed as hard as I did, because you're always, you don't want to ruin somebody else's race, and you don't want to cause any damage to your own car. But the fear factor is absolutely massive in motorsport. I remember actually going back to the C1 Silverstone in 2019, and I actually spun the car. I was a little bit too confident, going through Maggots and Beckett's, took two wheels on the grass on the left hand side, and the car actually spun round through Beckett's. Now obviously in relative terms it's not going to be that fast for C1s, but when you've got there was 99 cars taking part in that race, so when you've got the best part of 40 C1s coming past you when you're facing the wrong way in the middle of a track, and it's at night and the lights, and I'll be honest with you, I came round to the pits afterwards and I was shaking. I was like very, very close to being in tears because I was so petrified that I was going to be in a really, really bad accident. And that's something that you don't tend to think about or focus on in real life motorsport. And the point that I've been trying to make is you don't have that worry in sim racing. Yes, you can maybe hurt your hand if you've got an expensive direct drive wheel and you put it into the barrier or something like that. But ultimately, there's no real harm is going to come to you in sim racing. And removing that mental barrier is a good thing and a bad thing, because you then start putting your car in positions that you normally wouldn't do in real life. But ultimately, you can kind of see how fast the car could really go if the human factor was completely unleashed, Dan.
Yeah, it's very, very true, actually. Yeah, 100%.
I've just realised that was like 10 minutes of an absolute rant there, and I don't think I actually even had a point to make at the end of it.
Well, I mean, it's yeah. I think, to be fair, as you mentioned, it's motorsport and sim racing. They can be compared in areas, they can't be compared in others. I think that's probably the point to make there.
100%, and the whole thing is that the argument that was made last year when you were talking about like all of that massive glut of sim racing that we had early on in 2020, where every man and his dog was sim racing, and it was all on YouTube because pretty much motorsport had shut down across the world, and that's all we had. The whole argument came up about, sim racing is going to replace real life racing. It's like, nah, that's not. Who was that going off? That was one of the Mercedes. I think that was Brian O'Sullivan in the 77, just coming out of the final corner there, gets going again, and into the pits goes the 77. The ludicrous comment came up time and time again about how sim racing was better than real life racing, and it's like, well, it's different to real life racing. It's never going to replace it, never in a million years. Nor would I want it to. It'd be horrendous if sim racing just completely replaced real life racing. But what it is a wonderful accompaniment. It goes perfectly together, hand in hand with real life racing, on so many levels. For me as a sim racer, right, I'm still one of these guys that's a complete fanboy. So you remember when you're watching motor racing when you're growing up, and you'd have your idols, and you'd go to your track, like for me BTCC, and getting to see Gordon Shedden and Jason Plato, and you'd actually get to go up and talk to them, and the like absolute heroes of you. And nowadays, you get the same thing, and you can race against your heroes. You can race against your idols, people that you really, really respect and look up to, including you, Dan Handover, who's made it up to 4th place. But it's just in terms of engagement and in terms of keeping everybody excited. Sim racing and real life racing go together so well. And I don't think there's any need to compare the two. I don't think there's any need to say one is better than the other, because ultimately, I think if we're honest with each other, whether it's real life racing or sim racing, I think that you would be in the seat of any racing car, sim or real, 24/7 if you could.
Yeah, I think I would be, and like I said, I've lucky enough to have an opportunity to do this, and I'm certainly going to take that. With both hands, and if I can get into a real car, that would be, again, absolutely fantastic. So
have you raced a real life car yet, Dan?
I've not revved. I've done a few test days in sort of small little things, PBMWs and like the BMW 1 Series for the 116i trophy. Have done a couple of test days, but have never been fortunate enough to be able to go into a real race as of yet. But possibly next year. We never know. You never know.
What would be your poison of choice then? Are you a sprint series man, or are you an endurance man?
I like endurance.
Oh,
okay.
To
be fair, but then again, I really don't know. If I have an opportunity to drive literally anything, I'm happy to. I just love to get out on circuit, and I think if I am able to in any fashion, then obviously I will absolutely want to, and that could be a sprint race, that could be an endurance race. Like, I'm really not 100%. too kid. I do like endurance racing, and that would be the certain. Again, it's not preference, because like I said, I would just want to run anything out on circuit, but it's certainly something that sprint racing. I think sprint racing actually has its perks as well, because they're short, they're snappy, they're much more engaging, especially for the duration of the actual event itself, or for the actual race itself. But then I like endurance racing such as this, where you've got an opportunity to sort of relax, and you've got the ebb and flow, and your tensions rise and they start to fall again, and that's what I love about it. You're able to, in some areas, just sort of crack on at your own rate.
I still have to say the best race that I've ever taken part on wasn't officially a race in real life. So I don't know if you're familiar, over in America they do that 24 hours or is it 2.4 hours of lemons, where they get the scrap cars and they take that on. Well, we have something similar up here in Scotland, and it's a grey area, I think, in terms of like how they're actually running it. But anyway, I took part in it about 2 years ago. 2 years ago, and it was a 3-hour endurance race, and the budget was £400. You get a car for £400, and it was looking back, I probably wouldn't do it again, but my God, what a laugh. I mean, it's the sim racing equivalent of this. However, when you think that you're racing and it's essentially on a private property, it's a dirt track, and there's no necessity for seatbelt. Well, you know what I mean, like the harnesses and the roll cages and things like that. It's literally the cars come as they are, and you just have to have a helmet, and that's it. And
that sounds terrifying.
It is terrifying thinking back on it, but when we were doing it, my God, it was hilarious. I have never had so much fun in my life, and we actually did really well. I think there was like 50 cars that took part, and we finished in the top 15. So it's we'll probably not say any more on that. But Carl Stapleford's been on. Actually, we do have a race going on, Dan. Somehow I completely forgotten about that. Robbie would like to drive a GT car. He did get in top 4 in the Ginetta scholarship, so no doubt we'll be seeing him as we see the 59 of Daniel Van Bever going a little bit wide on the exit of the corner there. But let's talk about pit stops in the final hour here, Dan, because you've got 15 minutes left to go. You're up into 4th position. You do still have I believe you've still got a pit stop to take here, but the pace you've got is quite fast.
Yeah, it's not too bad at the moment. I've got a pressure loss in the front right. It's the only thing that I have noticed. There is just literally the engineer told me on the last lap, so I've got to be a little bit. I've got to be a little bit more careful. Just to make sure that I don't get, because I would like to take this car all the way to the end of this stint. Tyres do start dropping off significantly, that I will have to obviously look at actually coming in into the pit lane, which might not be ideal. If I have to make an early stop, I still want to try and get the car as late as I possibly can in this stint, so I don't have to do as much of a fuel stop. I've also got, just trying to think, that's Hop behind me, that's looking pretty fast as well. I think he has already pitted. I could be wrong though, but I believe he has. Otherwise he wouldn't be behind me. So yes, he definitely has pitted. And I would imagine that tyres have been taken. I was actually toying with the idea of, do I not bother taking tyres, and instead do I try and just sit there, and do I try and go the remainder of the stint after the pit stop? But I don't think it's going to be viable, to be honest.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense as Leon hop onto the back of you. Dan, hand over. You are under a lot of pressure right now. We're on board with Leon Hop trying to make a move to the inside, but he thinks better of it. This is going to be a run down the Wellington Straight then, because he's tucked in underneath the tail end. It's McLaren on McLaren here, and I wonder how this is going to pan out. Dan is incredibly pacifistic here, lets the move happen, the number 88. Again, this is different pit stop strategies right now, so Leon Hop actually will end up moving further up once the pit stops are done and dusted here. But there we go, so around to complete another lap. 50 minutes left to go, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to wherever you're watching this over the globe. This is the online Race of Remembrance for 2021, part of hashtag YourROR, and we are helping to raise awareness and raise funds for supporting the armed forces who have put their life on the line so that we don't have to, as our way of paying respect and saying thank you to them. If you want to help out, and you can help out if you're in the position to do so, we highly encourage you to do by texting the following to 70085. If you text 5 ROR, you will donate £5. If you text 10 ROR, you will donate £10, and 20 ROR will donate £20. And we're still discussing whether or not we can get some penalties on the go for that one. I think we might have to leave that one to next year, but that certainly would be some proper fun there. There is also the donation link in chat. You can pop on that and go and give some of that online. But yeah, there we go. So that is us up to date. It's still Robbie Stapleford out by well, he's out in the lead by what looks to be about 2.5 weeks right now from Luca Berk. Luca Berk will probably finish this some point in 2022, so will the rest of the field. Kieran Vidago in third place. It's then Leon Hopp in fourth position with our man himself. I still can't believe I'm saying this. Dan Handover in fifth place. Yes, he's got a pit stop to do, but hunting down that fifth position. It's then Marjan Koderman in sixth position. Regan Mitchell somehow down in seventh. Oliver Thompson in eighth. You've then got Gruel down in ninth position in McLaren, Madan Gruel. And then Victor Borlin, the first of the two Porsches, in 10th position. Thomas Jack down in 11th position. Eric Einerson still in the shout there in the 75 McLaren. And then behind him in 13th position is Voigt van der Voigt in the number 6 Aston Martin. Brian O'Sullivan in the 77 Mercedes, ahead of Dimitri Van Bever in the 59 Aston Martin. And then at the back of the field is the 78 Mercedes of Quentin Chavatot in the Olympus Esports machine. So 75, 76, 77 and 78, I believe, are all part of the same team in the Mercedes. So seeing them towards the back of the field. Right, the reckoning has come, and we've now got 6 McLarens in the top 10. That, in fact, make that 7 McLarens in the top 10. That is quite the effort there from the McLarens there, Dan.
Well, McLaren certainly seem to be the car of choice. I mean, the McLarens are popular around Silverstone, to be fair. They are a good car. And you can see that as well. The Aston Martin as well is an equally a good car, but in a slight way. And I think that's the other thing as well, is all cars are good in their equal respects, aren't they? They have some opportunities, both around. I've actually just noticed this is a battle. I think this is indeed the battle.
This is for position between Marjan Koderman and Regan Mitchell, but Marjan hasn't pitted yet, so it's a battle on track, but it's not a battle for position, if that makes sense, once all is said and done, because, as I said, Koderman does have to take a pit stop, unless I've missed something, and suddenly Regan Mitchell has lost about 4 places here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I mean, this is playing into the hands for myself nicely, because we've got Regan Mitchell being held up. So that's helping. That's certainly helping me out. Although I don't know how much. Again, I'm not 100% sure.
I will go and have a quick look at that and get some idea on that. Well, I mean, look, Koderman's last lap was a 2:02.4, and you're lapping at the 1:59.9. So, I mean, that is 2.5 seconds right there that per lap that Koderman is backing things up, and that gap is, I've got to say, I think that's about a good minute and a half of a gap between yourself and Koderman. In fact, Koderman is just coming up towards Club Corner just now, and you, sir, are coming through Maggots and Beckett's.
Well, there we go.
Believe. So there you go. That's a heck of a gap there, and that could change the entire complexity of this top 5 right now. So Dan Handover just 2.5 seconds behind Leon Hopp, but again, Leon Hopp having done his final pit stop of the race. Here's Victor Borlin all over the back of Madan Gruel. This is for position then, the 24 McLaren fighting it out with the number 1 Porsche. Borlin trying to go around the outside of Stowe, thinks better of it, tucks in, and again just having to go at the pace that McLaren is setting right now. Again, amazing to think that we're 2 and a bit hours into a 3-hour race, and there's going to be contact, surely. No, Borland gets through because of the grace of Madan Gruel there in the 24. McLaren has to let him have that position, and that could have been a little bit rougher than maybe it needed to be. Back to Marjan Koderwin trying to hold off Regan Mitchell here. And yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Regan Mitchell is getting held up something rotten here, although the pace does light up here as Koderman does a 2 minute 0.4. Oh, but I've just missed it because I was looking at the time screen. Borland has absolutely, wow, so absolutely bins it going into Abbey and gets things going again. So Borland, it's a bad day going from bad to worse as Regan Mitchell is really hustling this Aston Martin here, Dan.
Yeah, very much so. And as we see, again, how this is going to sort of develop and ebb and flow, is Regan Mitchell wanting to try and, again, almost rather than try to, which I think he is actually doing, to be fair, sort of holding back a little bit and just maintaining a bit of composure. Just to try and let the tyres cool down a little bit, especially when you are racing, you're using more of your tyres, using more of the car in general. So I think that Regan Mitchell just needs to hold it back for a few moments, maybe just a lap or so, and then try and attack again, which, to be fair, I think Regan Mitchell is doing. We can just see there's no sort of opportunity come out. To be fair, actually, maybe in the new turn 3, there might be a bit of a last-minute late braking. Is there going to be? No, there is not. Not this time around anyway.
Right, I just need to gather my my marbles here, Dan, because I can't quite believe what I'm saying here. Robbie Stapleford has obviously got new boots on the car because he's just done 2 consecutive fastest laps, 1:57.6 and a 1:57.4. What? How is that even a thing?
That's pretty impressive, isn't it? That is very, very impressive. Very impressive indeed. Arguably, it's the pace of Robbie is certainly second to none. You can't argue with it, can you? And that pace, I don't think Robbie's only about 9 seconds away from me. And the laps, that my times are starting to drop off, and I've got a pressure loss in the rear right as well. So hitting the curbs a bit too hard. So I'm probably going to have to look at least at some point in the near future of actually coming. I've got 6 laps to go on this stint. I don't know if I can actually manage those 6 laps, to be honest, with these tyres if they continue to drop off at this rate.
Dun, 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 dun. That's what we're hearing in the background because Dan Handover, the pressure is mounting. It's about the only thing that's mounting in that car from the sounds of it, because the pressure's going everywhere else in the tyres for sure. And look, that actually on that point, Dan, that's one of the things about this circuit, and the British GT tracks that were released have those sausage curbs, and really it's running over the curbs that takes out all that pressure from the tyres, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. The curbs can be quite jarring as well, especially when if you throw over them, especially going to like Beckett's, you're really pushing the car quite aggressively over them. It's easier to get a pressure loss or a puncture when you've got cold tyres because they just don't quite sit right on the alloy itself. So yeah, you've got to be a little bit cautious. I mean, yeah, I've just been concentration has lapsed a little bit, and I've just dropped the ball on them, to be fair. So that is something that it's. I don't really think it's not the car's fault, the setup or anything. Everything's fine. It's just that's the meat behind the sitting in the driver's seat. To be fair, that's the problem as it stands at the moment. So, in this particular race, or this particular stage of the race. I just wonder as well. I mean, again, it's going to be worth. I'm probably going to have to pit, I think, again at some point, probably in the near future. I may come in this lap, maybe next lap. I don't know. What do people reckon?
I think we need to get it out the way ASAP, my friend, and just get that done. Purely because, obviously, with 40 minutes left to go, you don't need to take the full stint of fuel as well, and you'll be able to run quite light towards the end. As Regan Mitchell has a look up the inside of Marjan Koderman, this is still the battle that's going on. The pace is ratcheting up for these two right now. That was a 2-minute 0.5 last time round for Marjan Koderman, and Regan Mitchell doing a 2-minute 0.3. So they are starting to actually unfortunately claw that gap back to Dan Handover down there in that 5th position, who is likely going to come into the pits very, very soon. Luca Burke into the pits as well. 40 minutes left to go. That 23 Rocket Simsport machine. So it's now a Rocket Simsport 1-2 for the moment, but Kieran Vidago will likely go back up into that 2nd position. And coming up for half an hour left to go, Dan, obviously you're going to be coming into the pit soon. What's going to be your strategy for this final half hour of the race?
Well, I think I need to just get some new tyres and just sort of crack on, really. Just do as I have been doing. I'm not going to change anything. I'm not going to push any harder when I come out of the pit, see what the gap is, whether it's ahead or behind or whatever it may be, and then that'll give me an opportunity to understand where to go. I'm not 100% sure, actually, to be fair, of how much car. My brain has been frazzled. I think we're about halfway into what would be... you know what? I simply have no idea. I think I might go with... I don't know, 50 litres? I really don't know, to be honest. I haven't really thought about that, and so I've sort of shot myself on the foot there a little bit with the amount of fuel that I would need to put in. I'm probably going to go around the maybe 50 litres, just to be on the safe side, because I can't do maths that much in my head to work out how much fuel I'd need.
I see the flaw in your plan there.
Yes. Yes, indeed. But, hey-ho.
Just watching still this battle. Regan Mitchell still cannot get past Marjan Koderman right now, and as you said, this is all going to boil over very, very nicely. You've got also Luca Burke 5.2 seconds now behind you after that pit stop, so some judicious use of fuel and tyre strategy could see some big gains here, but a fascinating battle nonetheless with Regan Mitchell in that 69 Aston Martin, the OG V12 machine, making its way around, trying to still... I just don't see any way for him past Marjan Koder, and for me the McLaren is too strong in a straight line. The Aston can really hassle it and harass it even, and hustle the car down in towards the braking points, but on a straight line, absolutely not. That McLaren is just too strong for it just now. Confirmation of Luca Burke going down the timing order after that pit stop. So 37 minutes left to go, and as we said, Dan Handover into the pits then as Regan Mitchell goes very, very wide. Now, track limits is a huge thing in this final part of the race as the tyres start to wear down, as the fuel levels start to wear down as well. Dan, how are track limits looking with yourself?
I have got 2, so I'm not doing particularly great in that sense. So I've got to be a little bit careful, actually. I have, just got to be a little bit cautious. But ultimately, though, we should be as long as we just take things nice and easy. We should be okay. It's just I can see Koderman 42 seconds behind, so I've then got to obviously go through. Still got 10 seconds, then I've got to get out of the pit lane. So I'm not 100% sure how close it's going to be. Actually, I may have surprised myself, actually.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that as Dan Handover is about to make his way out the pits. We can see the car moving again on the mini-map just now, just falls behind the lapped car of Dimitri Van Bever in the 59. He's going to come out. And a huge power slide from Regan Mitchell. That car is in big trouble right now. He needs to get things going very, very quickly. I wonder if there's been a pressure loss on that car. He's going to have to watch out because he's now going to start slipping further and further down the order. I'm looking for where Dan Handover comes out. He is just ahead of the 78 of Quentin Chauvetot at the back of the order there. So I think that, Dan, I think you're still going to be in 6th position. You should, I would imagine, still be ahead of Regan Mitchell right now. We'll double check that for sure. But I mean, what a race this has been, Dan. And I mean, could that be that you've actually got that 5th position?
I don't know. Well, it may have done. I'm hoping I've put enough fuel in the car now, to be perfectly honest. I was sitting there going, I'm looking at the gap. I'm like, that's quite a sizable gap. Have I done this? 35 minutes left of the race. I think, to be fair, we're all good to go. It should be fine. I mean, if it's not, and I have to do a bit of a splash and dash, I've certainly given myself a workout. And I if that is the case, I need to get the hammer down. I'm probably not going to really work that out until, well, I mean, probably the last maybe 15 minutes. Once I get to that stage, I'll be thinking, oh no, I'm okay, or oh no, hang on a minute, I may need to try and I may need to make an adjustment here. But we'll again, we'll see.
Yeah, great stuff watching this nonetheless. And I'm just thinking as well, who did we see yesterday going from the back of the grid to a P5 finish? And obviously some of that inspiration has rubbed off on you today, Dan, because that has been an exemplary drive to get yourself through the grid there. If that is how the dust settles, we'll get just double checks when the cars all come through just now. But I mean, that is some inspired driving. If you've taken P5 and you've not even had to fight for that final 5th position, I mean, realistically, Luca Berk is about 60 seconds ahead of you from what I'm seeing on the timing screens anyway. It's about 60 seconds there, half the track actually away ahead. I'm presuming that you're going to be happy with the 5th position.
Knowing how quick Luca is, I think we can safely say that it's been good fun. I've really enjoyed it. It's certainly been interesting to be on comms or assisting you with comms, David, and driving as well. But yeah, it's just been, as you say, we were talking about this at the start, weren't we? And it's certainly done what we needed it to do. It's just been a fun event, isn't it? It's been a very, very fun event, and something I think we've certainly have all enjoyed. Yeah, I know Luca Berk. I know how fast he is. I'm cool. I'm good. I'm good.
He's a second and a half quicker than Leon Hopp in front of him, so he's catching up Leon very, very quickly. So it could be 2 Rocket Simsport machines in the top 3. And Dan, so are you representing Rocket Simsport today then? I'm sure I saw you in the white and luminous yellow livery. If that's the case, that's going to be, so there we go. Close enough. We'll put you down as a Rocket Simsport one.
Yeah, it's the official Rocket Simsport car. Simply because, it was all because it was
you could choose.
I was just sort of sitting and I was like, well, I've got to choose a car. Obviously, you knew we were going to take the McLaren, and obviously this is my normal default livery if I'm running the standard one. I don't have I actually went through a massive PC reboot, and I still had to. There's a few things I still just haven't installed because I haven't been on in ACC since the World Cup. So I've not been I've not had an opportunity to install that livery again. But I'm representing.
Obviously disappointed that I couldn't join you on the grid there, obviously with having the comms duties, and oh my goodness me, as the Aston Martin decides to take the scenic route across Maggots and Beckett's there. In fact, sorry, that was Abbey, wasn't it? No, it was Maggots and Beckett's. I was right the first time I was saying, yeah. I mean, obviously, if I'd been able to take part with you there, Dan, I would have been taking that podium away today with my superior skill and and driving ability. But I'm more than happy to sit down with you and give you some tips if you want.
Oh, absolutely, we'll have to schedule something. We certainly will.
I must just say that with a straight face as well.
I mean, in saying that though, actually, to be fair, genuinely, it is sometimes, occasionally, what you want. It's always good to sit down with someone else and actually, because you can analyze yourself, but you also want other people to analyze you as well, I think. And it is actually something that is worth, even if it's not 100% in terms of the, or the technique or whatever it may be, but it's good because it can actually spark some conversation. I've been in situations like that before as well, where, I haven't been as quick as someone, but I've then mentioned, so what about turn 4, for example? And it stems a bit of a conversation. So even conversation works. Conversation really, really works, especially when it comes to you're thinking of other ways. Well, how can I gain some pace? How can I maybe lose a bit of, how can I take a slightly tighter line here? Or how can I carry a bit more throttle, a bit more corner speed here? Conversation is great.
Conversation is great. It's something I need to work on massively, Dan, because I'm not very good at it in terms of receiving conversation or receiving tips. It's like after a real life race, I'll get a driver come up and say, "Yeah, you're taking that corner way too wide or in a different gear." And honestly, I swear the initial reaction is like, "Shut up! No one was asking you." And it's like this is meanwhile a person that's finished like 15 cars ahead of me on the grid. So I need to listen out a little bit more. And as you said, you've got real life experience of this, Dan, in terms of sim racing. You know, you coach other people. Do you think that's a service that's in demand more now than it ever has been before?
Oh, massively. Because you think as well, you've got to put yourself in a position, especially when you are, thinking, a competitive edge. I mean,
Hang on, Dan. One of the stewards has popped up on YouTube and said, "What amount of time penalty shall be given to Daniel to make it interesting?" What do we think, folks? I'm wondering from our production desk, they can whisper it in our ears. What sort of penalty? A DT? Oh, Dan, a drive-through penalty? You're thinking? I think we need to have 15 seconds. Oh, to send him back to Cornerman. Oh, that's just harsh. Can we give Robbie Stapleford a 2-day penalty? I think that would be that would somewhat even up the race a bit. But sorry, Dan, you were actually going to make a point there.
I can't remember the point that was.
So it's completely derailed your train of thought there.
I was about coaching, was it? Yeah. You don't necessarily, as a coach, and you see this in everything as well. As a coach, it's more the knowledge. It's more the knowledge that you have is the ability. You don't necessarily have to be. You don't necessarily have to be fast, I suppose. In the, I don't know. It's a tricky way to put it, but you can still coach someone that's faster simply by looking at data and being able to apply that information.
Yeah, and the cool thing about that as well is that we see, the rapid rise of services online where you can upload your fast lap, and we see that in the likes of iRacing with is it VRS Virtual Racing School, where you can upload your fastest lap, your replay, and then compare it to somebody else or one of their professional stuff. So yeah, it's been really, really good to see the development to the drivers and watching them.
Yeah, I think as well, moving forward when it comes to moving forward with how competitive it is getting, coaching is just become ever more present, and arguably so. I don't think it's a bad thing. The more that it becomes competitive, and the more it simply just becomes. Then coaching, yes, is absolutely going to be, it's going to be what you're doing as well. Actually, is you're not trying to gain pace, because pace is almost a secondary. It's almost a secondary thing. What instead you're doing, you're transferring knowledge. Like, for example, I'm lucky enough to do this for what I do is for a living. I've done hundreds and thousands of hours worth of sim driving, and someone that's just come in and hasn't been able to, and doesn't obviously have that opportunity to maybe do that much. Practice or put that much time in, etc. Well, our job is to condense that information. Our job is to do the hundreds of hours worth of testing, so that then that information can be condensed into someone's, into a coaching session for someone, so they can accept gaining them pace. That's almost a secondary, but it's teaching them how to get there, because ultimately they have to do it themselves. The person that you are coaching, it's up to them to get the coaching, and it's up to them to be able to apply that into a pace that is comfortable for them in a way that's comfortable for them.
Yeah, and one of the other things as well, that was a way to say, I'm just watching Luca Berk, 2.3 seconds off the back of Leon Hop right now. We'll keep an eye on that one very, very shortly, as Gruel's catching up on the back of Thomas Jack as well. One of the conversations that is rife at the moment, and obviously we have got our toe in the water with that, is websites that sell setups. Setups are one part of the solution, but arguably, unless you know how to use the setup, you're better using coaching services like a one-to-one coaching service, so that you understand the car you're using before you go and plug in a random setup. And I was massively guilty of that, like back in the day, where I tried so hard to be competitive with guys that were like 3, 4, 5 seconds faster than me, and you're trying every setup under the sun that people are sending you with no idea what they are, no idea what they're doing, and ultimately it's more a form of self-sabotage, isn't it? I'll come back to that in a second. We need to cut to Luca Berk, because that gap has gone down from 3 seconds to 1/10 of a second between Leon Hop and Luca Berk, and here we go. 25 minutes left to go in the race stand, and this is an absolute battle and a half. Luca Berk all over the back of Leon Hop, and that has come from absolutely nowhere right now.
Yeah, certainly so. Luca Burke is pressuring the back of Hop at the moment. Again, I think Luca Burke, he's got 25 minutes. He's got quite a while still now to make that what is going to happen here. Down into toe. It's going to be a brave move between the two, and I think it's going to be Luca Burke trying to pin it around the outside. Can't quite do it, though, and Hop manages to maintain that position for the moment. I'll tell you what, though, if that was a statement of intent for Luca Burke to try and get past, I think that was it.
Oh, well, late on the brakes goes Luca Burke, fires it up the inside. That is an absolute exemplary move there from Luca Burke for Rocket Simsport to make it 2 Rocket Simsport machines up onto the podium today. A stunning drive. Absolute gamesmanship there from the number 23 driver, and Leon Hop goes wide as well, overdriving the car, trying to get that position back. It's done, it's dusted. Luca Burke is away. There's no way you're losing 2 to 3 seconds a lap and then still going to be able to hold on to the back of Luca Burke. Let it go, focus on your own race, and try and defend yourself from the legend that is Dan Handover.
I think, unless I put an additional 150, 200 horsepower in the car, I said certainly not going to be catching up, because Leon Hop has been really, really good on pace, to be fair. And we've seen that throughout the race, and it's played into the fact that why Leon is now currently sitting in 4th place. McLaren, we're talking about it. Yeah, 100%. I imagine Leon will be wanting to drive this car. Here it's amazing, isn't it? When you jump into a race like this, it's actually, some of these races as well, it's obviously great again for the great event itself, but then also it's a great opportunity to experiment in a racing scenario.
Yeah, that's a brilliant point in being able to experiment with different strategies and different setups and different techniques through both the circuit and with your own race pace as well. Absolute Media has been back on as well, saying that they've done real world racing and had trouble translating some of the real world elements to the sim, and they actually worked with you, Dan, because they really struggled to analyse it, and the way that you taught it has opened it up. I'm presuming there are checks in the post on that one, but he now needs to. He wants your coaching on how to simulate at the same time. But he's found in his experience, he's learned how to adapt to the setup, or the setup to how you drive. You have to have a good understanding as to your technique, and that is the core message out of all of this. You have to understand how you drive as a racer, how you challenge the car, how you use the car. Are you slow and smooth and steady, or are you jerky and aggressive, and how that affects into the way that you drive the car. He says it's Jonathan, by the way, so that should give you an idea.
That's
who
Jonathan.
it is. There you go.
Yes. There we go. That is clear. Well, Jonathan, thank you very much. I'm glad you're. I'm glad that we've helped in the other day, and that's you bring a good point. It's talking about that again. It's, as an instructor, you've got to make sure that you are. There's 2 ways you can approach it. You once you understand the technique of a driver, and also as well once they understand your coaching style. This is the other thing as well. It's always a two-way conversation here. If I'm not coaching in a particular way that speaks to someone, and someone is able to take on board and apply the knowledge, etc., well, then I obviously have to make sure that I adapt to that as well. And there's a million different things that you can adapt to try and help in certain different ways. So, that's obviously something to also take into consideration. But first off, understand the technique of the driver. Once you've understood the technique, you'll find that some drivers, that there'll be some elements of the technique that you really want to be pushing on and you'll be wanting to keep. Absolutely. There'll be other sections of the technique that you maybe make some, and there is even other, there's some of these other sections as well that you want to be completely changing altogether. Aim for the high level points first. I think that's what me and Jonathan have both done. We've spent a good amount of time coaching together over the last 5 or 6 months, and it's adjusting the high level points first, because they're the easy wins. They give you a nice foundation. And once you've got that foundation down, then you can start to push a little bit more, and then you can start to focus and think, okay, well, how do I then make this small little adjustment here or small little adjustment?
Just watching as we go picture in picture. An hour and 25 minutes left to go in the Race of Remembrance down at Anglesey. That is the number 19. That's your race leader then, the Lotus Elise S2 of Rob Boston Racing, with Philip Mansfield behind the wheel of that one, just been overtaken by the Caterham 270R Solo 64 Team 64 outfit, obviously in the middle of their final couple of pit stops, the 467 C1 into to pit lane as well. So many different classes taking part in the real life Race of Remembrance down at Anglesey, and again, if anything, it's a bit of a medal on their badge, a badge of honour really, to have completed it and taken part in the race as well. And one of the drivers that I absolutely love to see out in real life, John Monroe, good friends of mine, disgustingly fast in the sim. Anything he turns his hand to, really. Multiple time MX5 champion, and yeah, he's massively fast behind that Rocket Mazda. So great to see as we go have picture in picture. We're seeing also the 15th place machine down there as well in the Mercedes. That is of course Quentin Chavatot, actually taking 2 places, believe it or not, despite starting 2 laps down there, Dan.
Impressive stuff, isn't it? 2 laps down, you're able to make some positions. Goes to show that, really anything can happen. You just need to keep plugging laps away, because you really don't know when happen that's going to allow you to make up some positions, or arguably as well, you've got to make sure that you keep a composed and clear head when those opportunities come around, because you simply don't know when they're also going to be may not work in your favour as well. So you always comes to that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, there we go. Welcome back, buddy. It's obviously your superior driving talent that's causing that just now. But we're under 20 minutes left to go in the race. Then 18 minutes on the clock, if you can believe that. We've already done nearly 3 hours of Silverstone here. I'm also seeing that very recently Luca Berk having a little bit of a moment, although I think that might have been with that was earlier on when the overtake was happening. So we've got the fabulous ability to have a little recap basically of all of the incidents and events that have gone on there. And Jonathan's asking when I will be simulating. It's not going to be today. Oh, now hang on a minute. We need to go full screen with our actual sim race just now, because that is a drive-through penalty for the 9th place car of is that Victor? It's the Porsche. Victor Borland gets a drive-through penalty, so that is going to send him tumbling down the order. And I think Dan Race Control have mistyped number 25.
Yeah, I know, it's certainly not good. That was a drive-through, we've been told as well. Drive-through track limits, which is certainly something that you don't really want to have there as well, do you? Yeah, I mean, track limits. Well, I'm touch wood. I'm sitting on 2, so I don't really want to. I don't really want to do anything. I might spice this race up for myself actually at this point, which I did. I'd rather not do. But yeah, I mean, it's easy done. I imagine places that will be on is on the exit of Cops. I'd imagine is where those moves took place and where those off tracks would have come through in those track limits. That's one of the only places I think you can really gain an off track. Maybe in the exit of the new turn 4. Possibly, I'm thinking that could be the 2 places there, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd imagine it would be.
We'll keep an eye on that anyway, but 60 minutes left to go in the race, and that pretty much sends Victor Borland down in towards 11th or 12th position. You've got to imagine Robbie Stapleford, though, still out in front, still out in charge of the race. 81 laps strong here. Kieran Vidago is very close to getting put a lap down, believe it or not, from Robbie Stapleford. That is just ridiculous pace going on. The 2 of them, though, on 158s right now, so it likely won't happen for Kieran Vidago. 3rd place at the moment, Luca Berk ahead of Leon Hopp in 4th position. 5th place for Dan Handover. It's then the 966 of Marjan Kodarwin in 6th position. Regan Mitchell down there in the 7th after an amazing start in the OG Aston Martin, the V12 Beast, out on force today. Oliver Thompson in the Mercedes down in 8th position. It's Victor Borlin in 9th, but again, he does have to come in for a drive-through penalty. That will almost certainly drop him down to 11th position. Thomas Jack in 10th. Madan Giraval in 11th position, with Eric Einarson in 12th, and then in 13th, Wouter van der Voigt in 13th position, 14th, Quentin Chavatot, and then 15th position for Dimitri Van Bever, and then Brian O'Sullivan in 16th position, 17th for Ryan Brown, 18th for Cav Budd, who has retired from the race, along with Ryan Brown. So Victor Borland in to serve his drive-through penalty, and realistically, I've got to be honest, I think, Dan, this is probably going to just be a case of drivers making their way now to the end of the race.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do now is to do anything silly. You don't want to. You really don't want to push the car in a position where it's you push too hard and everything. I can't talk because I'm still trying to drive the car harder, but. Yeah, you've just got to take things easy now at this point. There's no real on-track moves anywhere, at least very, very few. So you've just got to take that into consideration, and just simply get to the end of the race now, because as you say, there's not long left to go.
I'd be interested if we can move that picture very slightly, just to see whether or not we can actually get an idea of how many driving. So now a race leader, Robbie Stapleford, on 2 track cuts as well. So. Dan, you're in good company there, but could you imagine if, surely that's going to be on his mind?
It might be. Is it even going to make a difference, though, if Robbie were to have a drive? Will that drop him down in positions?
No, but it made it sound exciting for the last 10 minutes.
It was just you've got to
try and inject something in, yeah.
You've got to keep an eye on it, absolutely. You can't just sit there and ignore it. I'm constantly looking. I've actually had to extend my vision ahead a little here, because if I know I'm going to run a little bit wide, I have to then straight away back off. Otherwise, because the thing is, you can run wide. What you can't do in the likes of like iRacing is if you're going to run wide, that's it. You're going to run wide. Slowdowns, even if you get if you run wide but you back off and then you'll still get a slowdown. Whereas ACC, it's got a clever little system where if you don't actually gain any time, it'll give you a warning, but it won't give you a track cut. I believe it works off of correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it works off of if you do gain time in that track cut. Maybe not all of the time, but I've been very, very lucky, and I've thought to myself in some instances, I was like, right, here we go, this is going to be it. And I've got away with it because I've just backed off.
Yeah, for sure. Well, 12 and a half minutes left to go in the race, and it's been an absolute barnstormer. Way more exciting than we thought it was going to be, with it being an exhibition race here to pay our respects here on the online version of the Race of Remembrance 2021. As always, we still would very much appreciate if you can help out any way you possibly can. If you are in the position to do so, simply text the following to 700-85 to donate some money to the Mission Motorsport cause and the Race of Remembrance. 5 ROR will donate £5, 10 ROR will donate £10, and 20 ROR will donate £20. And as always, the link is in the chat on YouTube, wherever you're watching, and you can click on that and you can take part and be part of this wonderful cause as well. Just on that, let's have a quick look at what they've raised so far as part of hashtag Your ROR. They've done it over £2,000 then out of their £5,000 target has been raised for this year's Your Race of Remembrance. So this is separate from the real life Race of Remembrance in Anglesey. This is the sort of crowdfunding part of it, the crowd charity funding part of it. So great to see that. £2,002.67, and a fitting finish, really, Dan, for the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really, really nice to see that that milestone has been met. Obviously, a little bit of a way to go, but still, again, there is certainly time left, and yeah, it's just been everyone's come into this event, both as you say, both in the real world and in the sim event, both. sporting events have come in with the knowledge that, yes, as you say, it's more of like a badge of honor type. More so, I think, probably for the real world. Everyone's come into the sim racing of it with it's a bit of fun. It's a little bit of fun. You're not going to have to put, you're not pushing the car too much. You're simply here. Well, actually, no, I say that. There is some competitiveness. There's absolutely competitiveness. And that's always going to be here, regardless whatever sort of sim racing exhibition event, special event that you do. There's always going to be that competitive edge. But then, like I said, it wouldn't be a race if it wasn't, would there?
Yeah, that's unbelievable. It really, really is. And 10 minutes left to go. It just shows you what an amazing exhibition race we've had here today. It's been, honestly, I've not had this much fun in quite a while. It's been incredibly respectful, incredibly good fun. But do you know what? As well, it's been that nice mix, Dan, of people really, really pushing, but not taking the mickey with each other.
No, that's a fair point. You've got people that are competitive, but they've been, they are fair. I think that's one of the key things we can take away is, drivers are very, very fair at this point in time. We've seen some fantastic racing, but we've seen a good bit of battling as well, in the sense that there's, some contact is always going to happen, unfortunately. You're never going to get away from it, but that's racing. That's part of it in an aspect. It's not a part that we particularly enjoy, but it's also something that we need to expect. No matter how careful you're going to be, that competitive edge kicks in. You're going to want to try and make a position. A bit of contact. Sometimes it doesn't really damage anyone. Sometimes it does. It's all part of it, and you've got to take that in your stride. And especially in an event like this, you've got to take it and just and just crack on. I think because, as you say, it's a race. It's not a race in the sense of massive prizes and all the glory. It's, as you say, it's a very, very specific event for a very specific period of time.
Yeah, it really is. And again, if you didn't get a chance to check out the service this morning, highly encourage you to go back in time towards probably about half an hour in the broadcast and the service that was given down at Anglesey, as is tradition. The whole point of this, and just seeing a yellow flag coming out for Brian O'Sullivan there, the whole point of this and the race at Anglesey is that they're just races attached to the service. The service is the whole point of the weekend. Everything else is just a nice little bonus on that. So if you didn't get a chance to check that out, a wonderful, wonderful memorial service. We've got to say a huge thank you to Station Commander, RAF Valley Group Captain Andy Turk, and the Reverend Squadron Leader Michael Hall, along with the pipes and drums of the 19 Regiment Royal Artillery Scottish Gunners, who provided such a wonderful, wonderful accompaniment to that service. So, as I said, go and check that out, and just remind yourself as to exactly why we are doing this today. But 7 minutes 20 left to go in the race. It's David Christie and Dan Handover taking you through the final couple of minutes here of the online Race of Remembrance 2021, held here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. A huge thank you to all of the drivers taking part today, as well as all the spectators, all you lovely girls and boys out there. I hate being 38 and saying girls and boys now. I don't feel like I can get away with saying that anymore, Dan. Ladies and gentlemen is probably more appropriate now for me to be saying this day and age. But for everyone out there watching, thank you so much. It's kept us going. We've enjoyed the banter just as much as we've enjoyed providing the entertainment. But my goodness me, you've certainly not been short of stuff to enjoy on track, especially this absolute hooligan that we're watching here, Dan Handover, making his way through from the back of the grids. And let's actually talk about that for a minute, Dan, because I mean, you leave this race, and yes, it's an exhibition race, and yes, it's for fun, but I mean, you must be pretty chuffed with that performance.
I'm certainly surprised in myself. It's, I mean, like I said, it's just been a very, very enjoyable ride. I think the approach that it was, I mean, what was it? It was half hour before. Let's give it a go. Why not? So it's coming with absolutely no expectations, and I think that's in a way that's not a bad thing.
Dan, what's happened to Kieran Vidago? Kieran Vidago's lost it at Cops. Their second place car has went straight off into the wall.
Oh,
He's got going again, and wow, with 5 minutes left to go. Sorry to jump in, but oh my goodness me, and it looks like heavy damage on that car.
Oh dear, that's cost significantly. I wonder how much that has cost. I mean, certainly that's into the pit. Although, I mean, 5 minutes and 30 seconds remain. Well, no, you're going to have to come into the pits. No, you're going to have to come into the pits. That means is that going to promote Luca Burke up into P2?
Second, yeah, 100%. And yellow flag out for Madan Graval at Maggots and Beckett's as well. He rejoins right in the middle. I think you might have seen that there. In fact, no, that was the 23 of Luca Burke, who got very, very close to 24. So what on earth is going on with 5 minutes left to go? Oh, that's a bit scary, isn't it?
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. I wonder. I mean, do you know what? I don't think it's worth Vidago pitting, to be honest.
No, I would just keep it going. He's still 20 seconds ahead, but the problem is the damage on that car is substantial. I mean, he's dropping cars left, right, and centre here, and it's a case of can he keep it going? He's certainly trying. He's got 5 minutes left to go. I don't think he's going to hold on to it. I think he would have been better pitting. I think he's actually, believe it or not, I think he's going to finish out the top 3. I think Hawk might take the final podium position here.
Possibly so. You can just see Luca Burke there, just in the background, and he's.
Yeah, he is. He's looking very, very keen to try and take this position just now. What a way to finish the race, to absolutely throw it on his head. And we need to find out what on earth happened to Kieran Vidago. Here we go then with the replay. Huge thank you to the production team at Simsport for it. Into Cops. That is strange. That is the most bizarre accident at Cops I've ever seen. It snaps to the left and the car just locks up and he goes straight off into the barriers. There's Luca Burke. But wait, no, that can't be Luca Burke, because Luca Burke's still shown as 12 seconds behind here. I'm so confused, right? That's Robbie Stapleford putting Kieran Vidago a lap down. Everyone is a lap down, so maybe Kieran Vidago might just be able to hold on to this. This is on board then with Kieran Vidago into Cops, the car squirreling left, right and centre, and you can see straight into the scene of the accident. Yeah, oversteer and understeer all at the same time, add into a rather expensive trip to the barrier here. But Kieran Vidago then still soldiering on, 9.5 seconds ahead of Luca Burke, who can now surely sense blood in the water. Kieran Vidago has to hold on for another 4 minutes, because he'll have to hold on for this 2.5 minutes, and then whatever time Robbie Stapleford finishes his race. My goodness me, Dan, this is an absolute stunner of a finish.
Well, I said earlier on, anything can happen. Absolutely anything can happen. And look at what we're seeing here. Now running on with Luca Burke going through the new Turn 1 complex. So you can just see, look at the time difference. Remember, obviously in Aston Martin. Well, and that goes to show, I mean, yeah, the pace. At the moment, Luca Burke is catching up to Vidago at an absolute rate of knots.
Yeah, he really is. I'll give you an idea when Vidago comes across to complete this lap. I'll let you know exactly what lap time he did, and it's not going to be fast at all. I'm just having a look here. Yeah, just coming through the final couple of corners now. He's on his way down in towards Brooklands, in towards Luffield just now, as Robbie Stapleford starts his penultimate lap of the race for sure. In fact, this is going to be the final lap that Robbie Stapleford does just now, because that timer's going to run out when he comes across the line there. So across the line then for the 73 of Kieran Vidago, and Kieran does a 2:07, so he's lost 8 seconds on that lap to Luca Burke. This is all going to be over before we get halfway round the corner. Oh, he's went off again. Oh no, that is yeah, well, there you go, that's it, done and dusted then. The 73 is almost certainly going to be in the wars there. Yeah, he's done. That goose is cooked, and he can barely keep it on the track right now. Luca Burke behind him, and oh man, how gutting do you feel if this is Kieran Vidago, if you don't even make the finish of the race?
I know, you must be so gut-wrenching. As he goes wide once again. Just trying to keep the car. He's actually, I mean, what he's trying to do there, he's maybe trying to just take some track cuts, just to try and keep the momentum up, to try and, you know, minimise the time lost. But I think it's going to be, there is Luca Burke. Oh, you see, you're riding it on board You can see in the bottom right-hand side, there's the TV camera. As we now switch back, that is going to be the move up the inside for Luca Burke. Again, there's no real contest there, is it? Luca Burke then goes up into P2. So it's currently a Rocket Simsport 1-2 at this moment in time. Oh, how it has changed. I mean, honestly, I've been in Vidago's position. I feel so sorry for him.
I'm absolutely devastated to see that. That is horrible luck there for the number 22 there. I'm also watching Brain O'Sullivan there bringing out the yellow flag. Brain O'Sullivan with a very damaged car in that number 77, just coming out towards the final corner, limping home. I actually wonder if he's run out of fuel. The 77 going very slow. It looks like he's got things going again, so it's obviously not fuel. But there we go. That's it. The white flag flies, and out the final corner then for the final time for the 3 hours Race of Remembrance 2021 online. Robbie Stapleford takes the win after late drama from Kieran Vidago. It's going to be a 1-2 for Rocket Simsport Racing. It's Luca Burke takes second place. Somehow, someway, Kieran Vidago stays in the podium position. Third place there for him. It's going to be Leon Hop into fourth position out of the final corner here at Luffield to come across and take that checkered flag. Brilliant result for Leon Hop after that early collision with it was Ryan, wasn't it, that he collided with Ryan Brown into the early part of the race. And then some absolute mad lad for Rocket Simsport, the number 25, Dan Handover, doing an amazing job of co-commentating with me today while doing an exemplary drive from the back of the grid to take P5. We'll let him get a couple of corners in just to celebrate on this. But what a performance it is from Dan Handover, and straight into the checkered flag there. Dan, that was some drive, mate.
Cheers, that was good fun. Thank you very much. I really wow. that was certainly good fun. What an event. I mean, it was a very bit of a quick change around, especially in regards to the format itself. But wow, it really worked and absolutely fantastic to see. And I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say that last minute switch from a 6-hour race to a 3-hour solo driver race is probably an inspired move from the guys behind the scenes at Simsport. But here we go to Marjan Koderman. Right, let's have a look then at Robbie Stapleford, Luca Burke and Kieran Vidago. I'm having a look if we've got any drivers in the chat. I can't see them just now, but well, Dan, yeah, that was amazing, mate.
That was thoroughly enjoyable. Again, good to commentate alongside you as well. Yeah, that is it. 3 hours have just gone. I'm genuinely staggered as to how quick that time went. Obviously, it may have gone a little bit quicker for myself because I was certainly preoccupied in both aspects there. But yeah, all in all, really enjoyed that a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it really was. Really enjoyed that. Hope you all enjoyed that at home, ladies and gentlemen. As one of the final reminders then, we do really need you to help any way you can. If you want to text, then please do so to 700-85. 5 ROR donates £5 to Mission Motorsport, 10 ROR donates £10, 20 ROR donates £20. And we are so incredibly privileged that we could do this for fun here on the 2021 online Race of Remembrance, trying to have a bit of fun and supporting and paying our respects to our armed forces who have done such a valiant job, past and present, putting their lives on the line so that we don't have to. So we, as I said, can sit in our homes, rather comfy, rather cosy on a Sunday, and enjoy a little bit of sim racing. So a huge thank you to everyone that is down at Anglesey as well, taking part in that event. But I'm just having a look. Oh, here we go. We've got a couple of drivers. So let's bring in Luca Burke then, first of all. In fact, let's bring them both in. Let's bring in Luca and Burke and have a little bit of a party chat. Luca, Robbie, that was a wild finish to the race. Luca, let's talk to yourself first there. You'll be fairly happy with that second place.
Yeah, I can't really. I don't even know what happened. Still, I'm happy.
Talk us through that final 5 minutes. Were you just like, wait, what?
I Yeah, I just see a yellow flag pop up, so usually I always check the minimap, see what happened, and yeah, I see the number 73 off in turn 1. I'm like, hold on, P2 could be up to grabs here. So yeah, just sent it after, hoped for the best, and here we are somehow. I don't know.
Well, either way, I mean, the second place is good nonetheless, and Robbie, as begrudging as I am to give you airtime, I mean, what the hell? How are you so fast?
I don't know. It's just to practice. Didn't really do much practice for this round, but I've been here before.
I'll give over.
Oh, come on! That makes it even worse. It's like, yeah, guys, I just thought I'd come and chill with you guys on a Sunday. In all honesty, obviously, the one thing, because we go over about like how fast you are, but the one thing we don't get across is just how much work you put in behind the scenes. And even if you've not put in much work for this race specifically, how long do you think, Robbie, it's taken you to get to this point?
Hours and hours and hours. I don't know the rough number, but hours. Me and Nick.
And because one of the things that me and Dan have been trying to do over the past 3 hours is, we've been talking quite a lot of nonsense, but other than that, we're trying to encourage maybe the next generation of drivers who are interested in getting taking part. How can drivers, what are some quick wins for them to improve their performance, do you think, and get closer to your time?
Just keep on practicing in the same car and don't really change it often. Just stay in the same one until you get to the speed you think you get to, and if you can't go any further, then think about going to a different car. But just put the hours in, really. It's just all down to hours and how many laps you do.
And finally, for all three of you, Daniel, for Luca and for Robbie, a fantastic performance for Rocket Simsport. 3 cars in the top 5. Are you guys getting your beers bought for you tonight then as a reward?
Well, obviously Robbie won't because he's 10. So
yeah. He's 10. Oh,
I'll get the Pepsi out.
Yeah, Robbie's gonna have an apple
juice. Pepsi Max. But I mean, what happens then after this, guys? Is there any celebrations, or do you guys just all go and do your different thing and chill out for the Sunday?
I could go grab a beer. Thanks for the idea.
I might have a glass of wine.
I've got a race to.
I was going to say, Robbie, just a Kia for you. But that's a brilliant point, Robbie, because, I mean, you guys, as much as you can enjoy the win or whatever, the majority of you have then now got to think about the next races you're going to be doing.
Yeah, I've got one. Simsport GT3 finale race. Won the championship last weekend out, so should be good.
Oh, get away with you. Seriously, Dan. I mean, can you believe this guy? Just how much he wins. It's unbelievable. Listen, Dan, to Luca, to Robbie, thank you so much, guys, for giving us an amazing afternoon of entertainment. We've got a late comer into the party, right? We need to bring this in because Kieran Vidago is waiting to join us, and we'll all send our collective Fs. Kieran, what the heck happened?
I should have gone to pee during my pit stop. I just couldn't concentrate anymore. First snap 3 cocks, and
so Luca, you've essentially got that second place by taking a tactical pee break in that first pit stop.
Is that what happened, Luca?
Yeah, Luca was longer in the pits because he had to go to the toilet.
I should have done it.
Tactical pee break. I like the sound of it.
That is. I'm pretty sure we're going to see that in all high-level forms of motorsport from now on. But I mean, Kieran, joking aside, I mean, we say it's a fun race. It's never fun to go into the wall at Cops.
It wasn't fun, but no, I enjoyed myself anyway. It's always fun to be racing against Luca and Robbie. They're mad quick, and just to be on the same lap as them at the end of the race is a good thing. So.
Well, I was away to say that as well. I mean, we have to give full credit for the fact you were able to take that smouldering wreck of a car into to third position, because that looked like an absolute handful at the end.
Oh yeah, it didn't turn at all. I was so glad there was only 2 laps to go by the time I'd done it. So if I'd done that with an hour left, that would have been game over, really.
Well, it was an absolute pleasure. Guys, to Kieran, to Luca and to Robbie, thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck in your future races, and we can't wait to speak to you again very, very soon, guys.
Cheers, David.
Cheers.
So there we go, Dan. That's time for us to send things off, and what an afternoon we had. Like I say, I think that's probably one of the most enjoyable races I've had in the past 6 months.
Good, same here. I really, really did enjoy it. It's nice to go in, as you say, with the, with no sort of expectations in the sense, and just go in, have a laugh, have fun, and have a really, really enjoyable experience, which I certainly think we all did.
Yeah, we certainly did. So it's been David Christie and Daniel Handover here, bringing you all of the action. A huge thank you to Mike Yao behind the scenes on the production. As always, please do text 70085 with your donation if you can possibly help. And on behalf of everyone here, thanks for joining us today. Huge thank you to Mission Motorsport for making this happen, and best of luck to everyone still racing down at Anglesey. From everyone here, have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. Thank you very much, and take care of yourself.